শ্রেয়সী,
হ্যাঁ শর্মিষ্ঠা দি, হ্যাঁ
4 sharp, no?
হ্যাঁ তাহলে স্টার্ট করব। হ্যাঁ দিদি, good day everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a warm welcome once again on behalf
You are
of...
muted, Shreyashi. You are muted.
Oh, okay.
No, she's not. I can hear you.
Yeah, she's not muted. We can. Now she's
You are
muted.
muted
Now
now
she's muted.
also.
Okay. So once again, good day everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome once again on behalf of the Kolkata Society for Asian Studies, who has clubbed all of us together for the 2-day international seminar on a fiesta of 50 years of Indo-Bangladesh relations, assessing the varied dynamics of opportunities and challenges. We begin with the 4th academic session, the theme of which is Imperative of Geography, Biodiversity, Climate Change, and Food Security, Optimizing Advantages. We are honored to have Professor Shomir Kumar Dash, Department of Political Science, University of Calcutta, advisory body member of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies, who has kindly agreed to chair this session. So in this session, we have 3 speakers. The first paper is by Purnendu Shekhar Roy, Assistant Professor, Bhangor Mohammedyalaya, and he will be speaking on river water sharing disputes and historical episode between India and Bangladesh. The second speaker is Suparna Dasgupta, Assistant Planner, KMDA, and also a PhD student, IIT Kharagpur, India. This is a joint paper, and the co-author is Professor Joy Shane, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, Department of Architecture and Regional Planning. And the title of this topic is Exploring the Association between Pedestrian Accidents and Point, Linear and Area Level City Infrastructure Features to reflect on conditions of walkability in Kolkata city. And the third paper is by Dr. Runa Roy, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Goenka College of Commerce and Business Administration. And her topic is on climate change, food security, and nutritional security, problems and concerns in India. So before we begin, I would just like to introduce our respected chairperson. He needs no introduction, but his presence itself is a great motivation for us. But nevertheless, Dr. Dash is Professor of Political Science and presently the Director, Institute of Foreign Policy Studies at the University of Calcutta. Formerly Vice Chancellor of the University of North Bengal, Dean Faculty of Arts, University of Calcutta, and Adjunct Professor of School of Foreign Service, Georgetown University. He is presently the coordinator of the University Grants Commission departmental research support, UGC DRS program on democratic governance, a postdoctoral fellow of the Social Science Research Council South Asia program, and a visiting professor to Université 13 Sorbonne Paris Cité. He specializes in and writes on issues of ethnicity, security, migration, rights, justice, and democracy. Welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you. So, should we begin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, we have three papers, and I don't think uh, the panelists need any introduction other than what has been said about them by Shreyoshi. I just want to say two things. One is this, that at one level, we know that uh, geography, biodiversity, and climate change, these are relatively inflexible factors. In other words, we can hardly do anything about them. We have to take them as givens. But at another level, you know that they also cut into our ability to address them. So we have very limited option. And I like this word imperative because imperative means that one is required to do what one is required to do. I mean, you don't have any other alternative but to do what you need to do. So let's hear out the speakers, and I will not anticipate the course of discussion today. So the ground rule will be that each speaker will speak for about 15 to 17 minutes. It's a 1 hour session. And so that we can save on time, and we have about 15 minutes time at the end for Q&A and discussion. So it's over to Dr. Purnendu Roy.
Thank you, sir. Respectable chairperson in this session and respectable president, secretary, and coordinator in this program of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies for accepting my paper. Very good afternoon to all. Here, my topic is river water sharing disputes, an historical episode between India and Bangladesh. Uh, the neighbors, India and Bangladesh, are organically linked with their common heritage and shared history, common memories of tragic loss, and the separation of families on the massive scale of following the partition of India in 1947. India and Bangladesh are not just neighbors but are bound by an umbilical connections of ethnicity and kingship. India attaches highest importance to bilateral relations with Bangladesh because of our shared history, heritage, culture, language, and physical proximity and passion of music, literature, and arts. The cordial relations is reflected through multidimensional expanding relationship between the two countries in the 5 decades. The two countries have continued to consolidate their relations and have built a comprehensive institutional framework to promote bilateral cooperation in all areas. The relations between the two countries have been characterized as a special relation, although some disputes remain unresolved. The historic land boundary agreement was signed on 6th June 2015, which settled decades old disputes while negotiations are still ongoing over the sharing of water of the transboundary rivers. In this context, my paper would traces the disputes on the transboundary river water sharing between the two countries. Uh, Methodology in this paper article is basically qualitative in nature and based on secondary data. Secondary sources are books, reports, published research studies, case studies, newspaper articles, seminar, conference paper, publication of national and international journal, magazine, and documents available in the internet, government policies, and plans. The interpretation of data was carried out keeping in mind the overall perspective of the research study. Significance of the study. This study has great significance for both Bangladesh and India as a crucial and basic life supporting element. Water is the most precious resource for any country. It is indispensable for the continued security and survival of the state. While the demand for fresh water is increasing day by day around the world, its supply is decreasing. Thus, the gap between the demand for fresh water and its supply has been ever increasing globally. India's water dispute with its neighbors, especially in Bangladesh, water remains a politically contested issue in much of South Asia. The region is facing water shortage and agrarian difficulties, and it will continue to face increasing demands on energy and water with rapid industrialization. Over-extraction of groundwater of particular concern with an estimate 23rd million pumps in use across Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. Moreover, salinity and arsenic contaminations affects 60% of groundwater in the Indo-Gangetic plain. Combine these factors with the impact of climate change that's reducing the amount of water in the Brahmaputra basin and changing the patterns of water flow. The roots of this problem go back into 1947 when an arbitrary boundary line divided Bengal and East Pakistan emerged as territory comprising one of the largest deltas of the world, with several river networks creases crossing its terrain. Of course, headwaters of 54 rivers, including the three largest one located upstream outside the territory, who is being lower riparian has little control over them. Conflict over the Ganges water between Bangladesh and India dates back up to 1951 when India decided to construct Farakka barrage in order to divert water from Ganges to the Hooghly River through 42 kilometers long feeder canal. Operation started in 1975. Sharing and controlling of water became the key source of controversy. Two nations signed two treaties in 1977 and 1996, two memorandums of understanding in 1983 and 1985. Farakka Barrage was built and its long approximate 2,246 meters and 17 kilometers upstream of Bangladesh near Manoharpur, close to the point where the main flow of the river enters Bangladesh and the river Hooghly continues in West Bengal past Kolkata. uh, Objectives of this barrage are to maintain navigability of this river and flush out the silt deposited in Kolkata port to ensure free water supply for Kolkata city. The then Pakistan government opposed to construction of barrage because the reduction of dry season flow would have serious implications for Bangladesh. Farakka barrage was built without the consultations with Bangladesh and began operation 21st April 1975. During Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina visit to India from September uh, 5th September to 8th, the two sides signed a slew agreement, including the first Waters Treaty in 1996. A MOU was signed on sharing of the waters of the Ushuria River, a distributary of Barak River, which follows through Assam and then on to Bangladesh. The agreement comes in a year when both lower Assam in India and Sylhet in Bangladesh have witnessed deadly flood, highlighting the requirement for greater operation on flood control and irrigation related issues between the two countries. Firstly, the pact is envisaged to benefit Sylhet in Bangladesh and facilitate water projects in South Assam in India. Secondly, India reused Bangladesh for an early signing of the interim water sharing agreement on the Feni River. In 2019, Bangladesh had agreed to lead India would withdraw 1.82 cubic of water from the Feni River from drinking purpose mint for the people of Saprum town in Tripura. Thirdly, the joint statement, India and Bangladesh also appreciated the GRC's decision to add a number of rivers for uh, prioritizing exchange of data and formulating the framework of interim water sharing agreements. Finally, the two countries also welcomed the formation of Joint Treaty Committee to conduct a study of optimum utilization of water received by Bangladesh under the provision of Ganges Water Sharing Treaty 1996. Uh, two countries signed treaties to solve long-standing issues. As today, it is major source of disputes between two countries. Bangladesh submitted complaint to the UN General Assembly in 1976 and expressed concern to the Commonwealth Summit held at Cyprus, October 1993. Again, raised the issue to the 50th UN General Assembly. First agreement on direction of UN General Assembly 1976 on sharing on the Ganges water to at Farakka and amounts and on augmenting its follow was signed on 5th November 1977 at Dhaka for 5 years. Water divided between Bangladesh and India, an overall ratio of about 60% of Bangladesh and 40% for India. 80% guarantee clause. This guaranteed Bangladesh a minimum of 80% of share during each period of water. The follow of the Ganges may be during that period. Article 4 establishes a joint committee to observe and report at Farakka the daily follows Farakka barrage and the feeder canal in India as well as a Harding Bridge point in Bangladesh. Article 7 states that the Joint Committee is responsible for implementing the water sharing arrangement and examining any difficulties arising out of operation of Farka barrage. This article also provided mechanism for the settlement of disputes. Agreement expired on November 1982 but was not renewed. On 7th October 1982, Memorandum of Understanding was signed at New Delhi between the India and Bangladesh. This agreement was valid for 2 years. 22nd October 1985, another Indo-Bangladesh Memorandum of Understanding was signed at New Delhi and agreement was valid for 3 years. Water sharing arrangement and almost the same as the 1977 agreement. However, 80% of guarantee clause of 1977 was not included in either. There was no water sharing agreement in 1989 to 1996. 1996 treaty on 12th December 1996, two governments signed the recent treaty sharing Ganges water Farakka during the dry season. Treaty valid for 30 years. Bangladesh share decreased by 8% in comparison to 1977 agreement. Even during the three critical non-monsoon months, March to May, Bangladesh share decreased from 61% in 1977 to 50% under 1996. Water allocated to Bangladesh in 1996 treaty was found to be approximate 50% less than the pre-Farakka average flow at Harding's Bridge. point of Bangladesh. This treaty unlikely to make any difference for solving water crisis during dry season. Critique of revised treaty. Absence of minimum guarantee clause does not indicate the eliminated entitlement that train absolute volume of water for each country on day-by-day basis. Does not provide clear dispute resolution mechanism. No arrangement for long-term solution of the dry season water scarcity. For the augmenting the Ganges flow, the cooperation of other riparian countries, including Nepal and China, are vital. Does not provide any authority or responsibility to Indo-Bangladesh GRC for implementing the treaty. This treaty approves the theory of equitable allocation and obligation not to significant harm for international law through inclusion of the principles of the equity and no harm. Conventional wisdom with regard to water sharing with India, the existing policies are not working for lack of political and national consensus in both countries and lack of regional cooperation. Alternative explanation, there are other hidden reasons like poor water governance, water scarcity in countries, selective or the regime-wise foreign policy, unwillingness to abide the international law of river from Indian side, water diplomacy. Water,
Please round up. Please round up.
water diplomacy supported mutual gains across
Please round up in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Uh, in conclusion, we hope that analysis and proposals during the paper are going to considered in a positive way for locating the way forward in bilateral relations. There's tremendous goodwill and positive sentiments in India and Bangladesh towards one another. If recommendations of this paper are implemented, it will be possible for two countries to beat a number of irritants and forge ahead on a collaborative path of peace and prosperity within the region. In summary, a successful negotiation requires an agreed platform. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. I think that this presentation will generate discussion at the end, and all of you will agree that let us hear the report, hear the presentations first, and then we will take up the questions in one go at the end. Thank you very much. So our next
Thank you.
speaker is Suparna Dasgupta. It's a joint paper, but I guess that she is going to present the paper. Thank you. It's over to Suparna.
Hello, all of you. Am I audible?
You are audible, but your screen is dark.
Okay. Is it now
Yes.
visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
It's
then I have to. Present it this way. Okay, fine. Hello, all of you. Good evening. My name is Suparna Dasgupta, and for last few years, I'm researching on walkability in Kolkata. Today, I would like to present some of my findings for the city of Kolkata. These findings would help to identify problems, and this would generate a methodology which can quickly identify the problems of walking in spaces which are congested, encroached, and unplanned. So I will start with my presentation. I have divided my presentation in 5 subheads. Okay, the first is walkability is a human behavior. The second, I would explain my research methodology. Third, I would introduce you to the point line and uh, area level features which cause pedestrian accidents. Fourth, I will share you with the results and conclusions. So, you see 3 types of space in your screen. The first type of space is a residential space where if something goes wrong, you would immediately fix it. The second space is an intermediate space between public space and a residential space. If something goes wrong, you will fix it, but not as quickly as you would do it for a residence. The third type of space is a public space where your investment is low, your expectations are low, and your ownership is low. For this reason, when you face problems in public space, while walking especially, you would try to avoid that particular space instead of fixing problems there. So people are avoidant rather than fixing problem in public space. According to Jane Jacobs, there are 3 types of behaviors in public space. First of all, when you face a danger in a public space, you try to face it. You try to take the risk. The second is you take refuge in vehicles, and third, you try to wall out. That is planned behavior to separate yourself. There are 3 types of activities performed in public space. First is necessary activities, such as reaching a destination. That type of activity would occur, however, whatever are the conditions, whatever harsh are the conditions. Then you have optional and social activities, which would only take place if you are feeling better, if your environment is calm, soothing. The third type of space, huh, depending on this, we can say that depending on affordability, safety, and age, you can pre-plan your journey to go for a walkable mode or to shift to vehicles. This pre-planning strategy of human behavior and the tactical behaviors to avoid problems, I have used these as a scale to measure walkability in public spaces. Since pre-planned behavior is a result of previous experiences of personal or someone else's experiences, therefore I thought that pre-planned behavior should be at higher levels, and like tactical behaviors like abandoning walkways or rushing to complete the journey would be at lower levels. I have ranked these later through experts. This was my pre-consumption. Now I would explain my research methodology. My research methodology consists of 3 steps. The first is I have identified the features like the point, line, and area level features that affect walking. Then I have identified the behaviors, the enjoyable behaviors, and the behaviors in unsupportive pedestrian conditions. Third, I have clustered these spaces. So this is my detailed methodology. And now I would start with the introduction to Kolkata. Now, Kolkata is a riverine city which has minimum amount of transportation space. It has very frequent intersections, and this leads to frequent crashes. And the walkways are highly encroached. Now, the clustering of spaces. For this, first of all, I have taken data from of pedestrian accident from traffic police. I have linked it through correlation with the land use and city level infrastructure features, and particularly the commercial and transportation infrastructure features I have linked, and I have found that there is a correlation, normal correlation with bridges and flyovers and cafes with pedestrian accidents. For a partial correlation with street length as a constant, a control variable, I found that node density, X type of junctions, and bridges, flyovers, railway stations are the ones that have that show significant partial positive correlation with pedestrian accidents. This helps me to identify the areas on which the survey needs to be taken. For land use, I have identified transportation and public semi-public land use presently to be correlated with pedestrian accidents. So, for behavioral analysis, first of all, I have taken a group of 30 people and told them to list their behaviors, how they would feel when they are in discomfort while walking in walkways, and when they are in enjoyment. In enjoyment, their behaviors were these, like they tended to extend their stay, their journey, while in a dissatisfied condition, their behaviors were avoidance. I have ranked these behaviors later through experts. Now, I would explain some of my results. So, people said that they would like to walk in green spaces near water bodies, uh, near Park Street. Also, they liked walking. While they said they would rather drive and never walk in these particular areas. And these are some of the spaces where they have obstructed walkways, uneven surfaces, but they would like to visit these spaces because they have a lot of necessary activities going on at these places. In spite of the fact that the infrastructure is not good, they would rather go to these places and use carriageway instead of walkway to walk in these spaces. So now I would tell you about certain particular areas, like specific contextual factors based on which walkability differs. First of all, I have rated these ranked these behaviors through experts, and then I have formed a composite index of walkability and of experience of space. For walkability, I used these indicators, and for experience of space, I used these indicators. So I would go for, first of all, I would go for the metro stations. Now you can see in this graph that the older metro stations and the newer metro stations both have same levels of walkability, but uh, different levels of experience of space. So here in this graph, you would see that the newer metro stations have better experience of space as compared to the older metro stations. This may be due to lack of maintenance in the older metro stations, and the older metro stations are more congested as compared to the newer metro stations. Now, next, I would go for the railway stations, the experience of walkability and experience of space in the railway stations. So this is the walkability and the graph representing walkability and experience of space in different metro stations. And finally, I would go for the for walkability and experience of space in market spaces. I have taken 50 market spaces for survey, and these are, I've divided these in 5 slides, 10 each, so that you can see the variations. So first one, then you have the second one, third, and fourth one. Fifth. Okay. Finally, I have selected randomly a set of spaces which rank from high to low in walkability and experience of space. So I would like to say one thing: as you go like as you go lower towards the origin, you get better spaces, and as you go higher towards, as you go higher towards the extreme end, the eccentricity, that the fourth quadrant, you get worse spaces. So I would I would take you through 4 of such spaces due to lack of time. Why these spaces are considered in this way? So the top space is a space which has low illumination, and no distinct walkway. That is why it is in the top. I mean, top priority to. I mean, the least walkable and least experiencer space kind of space. The second space I have taken is somewhere in between, which is which is um, which is Zakaria Street, and it has it has a huge amount of heritage buildings, and people like photographing over there, and this is the condition of walkability in this space. And the third type of space is greener space within the EM bypass, which is Patoli, which is near Patoli. It says that it is a good walking space, and you have good experience of space and good walkability conditions over here. So the similarities in terms, there is a similarity uh, in walking conditions of India and Bangladesh, because both have riverine cities, and in riverine cities you have less amount of space dedicated to road, because you have that main channel river which transports goods and people. But as your city extends, you depend more on road transportation, and this starts congestion. As data is not available for pedestrian analysis, for time being, we can use these kind of methodologies for research, and to identify and to quickly identify these kind of spaces which are problematic in terms of walkability. I would end my presentation in the words of Sajef Speck. Uh, uh, he said that when walkability is there, citizens are more safer, healthier, and save time, money, and energy. These make more livable spaces, and in absence of these livable spaces, there are thousands of conditions why people migrate, but one of the condition is walkability, or transportation conditions. That is why people migrate to more livable areas. This is a low investment but a long term process. So if we want to decide that we would shift to walkability, we have to take a decision now, and if we have to extend it to 30 to 35 years, and we have to make investment in that line itself. So with this, I thank Kolkata Police for sharing data with me, and I acknowledge IIT Kharagpur, and we have some questions. Hello.
Thank you, Suparna, for your presentation. I guess that this will also be discussed during the Q&A, and for that you will have to wait till the completion of the third presentation. Our
Right, sir.
third presentation will be by Dr. Runa Roy. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Economics, Goenka College of Commerce and Business Administration. Her theme has already been announced. So please go ahead. I think you are muted. You please unmute yourself. We can see your slides, but we can't hear your voice. No, we can't hear you. I think your computer is silent.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now. Carry on.
Thank you. Now, India, we start from that India is basically an agriculture-based country, but 20% of the total GDP comes from agriculture sector, and 46% of people engaged in defined agricultural activity. And from the Meteorological Survey of India, we found that the 60% of agriculture land were depend on the monsoon weather, that is the rainfall, or that is mainly rainfall. And we found that the decadal mean percentage departure value of the rainfall was minus 3.8%, and average temperature increases at a rate of 0.5 degrees centigrade from 91 to 2020. So this has an impact on the agricultural production and also the food security problem in India. And food and in the 2015, the UNDP announced the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 major goals. Among these, the eradicate of the hunger is one of the prior goals. And we found that the International Food Policy Research Institute estimates that climate change could increase the hunger issue among Indians by 2030. So there is an urgent need of studies on the influence of climatic change on the food and nutritional security of India. There are numerous independent studies carried out on the aspect of climate change, food security, and nutritional security. But there are few studies that interlink these above three aspects in Indian context. So, under this backdrop, my specific objective of this study to examine the effect of climate change on India's agricultural productivity, to examine how low productivity will affect food security, and to explore the relationship on the food security and nutritional availability score in Indian context. Mainly secondary data, we find types of report, RBI, NSSO, NFHS, Agriculture Statistics at a glance, and Indian Meteorological Department. Now, we see that first of all, climate change, that is mainly rainfall and temperature, has an effect on the agricultural productivity, which will be affected the food security concept, that is the production, storage, access, and utilization. Now, and this four has an effect on the nutritional security of the country. So, first of all, we look at the agricultural productivity in India. We found that the agricultural productivity in India quite low compared to many other regions of the world. And in the world, average is 4072, whereas in India, 3283. And many regions, just like the East Asian, Pacific, or Central Europe, are very higher than India. If we see the decadal trend in food grain production, we found that from 1950-51 to 2020-21, Indian food production was increases 7 times. But due to this growing population rate, which will be 12.5% in 1991 to 2011 to 2021, it will be very difficult for challenging for the country to increase this food production in this rate. And if we see the growth rate of yield per hectare in food grains in India, after 1990, it was almost stagnant at 1.8%. So from this, I have calculated, I tried to calculate the climate change and the production of rice in case of India from the data of 1991 to 2022, we found that from the rice production and grain has a trend of positively related, and whereas the temperature, the maximum temperature and rice production has a trend to be negative. Similar foundation around I found from the wheat production. Next, I will try to attempt to empirically test the impact of September rains and the average temperature effect on food grain production for the major food grain producing states, that is 15 major states in India. And this is the equation where yi is the food gains, the kg per hectare. It is and xi is the September rainfall. You take dummy variable 1 if it is normal, and therefore, and if it is 0, then it is normal. There is a shortfall. And x2 is the maximum temperature, and x3 is the minimum temperature. We found that there is a September rainfall has a significant effect on the food production, and maximum temperature has the negative effect. So this result indicates that climate change has a serious implication for food security across the 15 major states in India, and it is found by many other researchers. Now we go to the food security concept, where first one is the food access. We found that in the Global Nutritional Report 2021, the except for whole grain, this is actually this red one is the for the national level. This is whole grain, and except for whole grain, adult Indians are not meeting the recommended dietary target for essential food groups determined by the EAT Commission on Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food System. So the fruits, nuts, fish, and dietary which are essential for healthy growth development are greatly underrepresented by the in the Indian diet. This is the expenditure pattern. In the rural area, we found that the expenditure pattern cereal has declined from 31.5 to 26.5%, and other also some is increases, but we found that the beverages were 7.9% to 12.5%, and salt and spices that is 4.4 to 5.2. The sum of the product will increase. And in the food total, it is 96.3 in 2004, 5 where it is 107.2, and whereas non-food total, it is increases more than proportionally. Similar foundation for urban India, here increasing rate is higher than the rural area. Now we found that the second objective, that is the relationship between the food expenditure and the production, and we use the Simpson index for dietary diversity, and this is the formula. And we found there is a positive correlation between this Simpson index of dietary diversity and the per capita state domestic product. So we found that there is a relationship between the production and the expenditure of the food items. Next part, the third objective of my study, how it is related to the nutritional security. We found that the India stunted rate, that is the child height for age, has reduced from 38.4% to 35.5% just from 2015-16 to 2019-21. And the rate is very low. And the most prevalent micronutrient deficiency was vitamin D deficiency with prevalence of 61%, and it was followed by iron deficiency of 54% and vitamin B12 deficiency of 53%. And the global hunger index, it captures the multidimensional nature of hunger, where India ranks is 102 out of 122 countries. Now, if we compare the total percentage child nutritional status that is stunted at was state by the verified region of the world, we found that India wasted rate is very high compared to the other region of the world, that is 19.3, and the stunted rate is mediocre, that is 35.5. It is lower than the South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. The global hunger index uses mainly four indicators. First one, stunted, wasted, undernourishment, and under 5 mortality rate. We found that the indicator, the stunted and wasted rate, that is wasted and undernourishment slightly increases from 2014 to 2022. That is wasted is 15.5 14.1 to 19.3, and standard is 14 point, the undernourishment is 14.1 to 16.3. So this slightly increases, but other indicators are lowering but slowly. Now I try to estimate the relationship between the food security and nutritional status, where I take this percentage of children are stunted in different states in India, and this is the expenditure dummy. We define types of, that is, if it is normal, they take primary normal, if it is normal, and otherwise zero. That is, we found that the cereal has a positive impact on the stunted rate, whereas the protein and fat has a negative impact on the rate of stunted. So from this, we can found that according to we defined theories of the malnutrition, it is mostly in India is mostly caused by diet high in the carbohydrates, particularly rice, and low in protein. A diet high in both carbohydrate and protein are linked to a lower risk of children being stunted. So, our result is supported this article, that is Swarjani et al. 2013. And so we can conclude that there is a significant impact of the food security on the nutritional security. So, in summary, we can say that actually this study examined the effect of climate change on food security and their impact on the nutritional security in India. And we found that the low productivity is the biggest issue facing by Indian in agriculture, and climate change has an effect on this low productivity, particularly rainfall and maximum temperature. And it is maybe greater in future due to considering that the climate is said to be deviate further. And there is a positive relationship between the food production and expenditure. And we also found that there is a significant impact on the food security, on the nutritional security. Whereas the expenditure on the food product depends on the food production, which is dependent on the climatic conditions. So we can conclude that there is these three aspects, that is food security, climate change, food security, and nutritional security, are interlinked. And the government of India taken various steps to prevent this situation, but there is some another steps like integrated water management, the creation of climate resilient agriculture, and the adoption of appropriate policies in addition to this. And there is the existing good that is good programs like the public distribution system or the midday meal program to be free of loopholes, weakness, and corruptions. And there is some limitation of this study. The complexity of climate restricted, which are region specific, so makes it difficult to generalize the result to the whole country. And so detailed region specific studies are needed that will take into account the efforts of local climatic factors and also the other macroeconomic variables. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. Now, the three papers are now open for discussion. Will you please turn off the presentation? Yes, thank you. There is a question already posted on the chat box. So this is meant for the second speaker. So I would like the second speaker to take up this question. So Suparna, over to you.
So how to...
You please open the chat box, and there is the question which is already posted there.
Okay, I can read it out if you want. Okay, there is a question by Ochita Ghosh. Do you propose any model regarding pedestrian safety applicable both for the cities of India and Bangladesh through your research? What are your final results till date?
India কি করতে পারে? বাংলাদেশের থেকেও ইন্ডিয়া তো এতে আছে, উপরে আছে গ্লোবাল 100.
So I would request others to turn off their audio so that we can hear out the speakers. So it's over to Suparna. Please respond to this question.
Yes. Actually, this is a methodology to quickly generate pedestrian interviews and put it into an index. I mean, still now I haven't come up to the model level, which can, I mean, I am proposing a model for which would take into account all the congested areas for developing as well as developed countries, which would address all the developed and developing countries the walkability conditions. So
Thank you. Now, I would request the third speaker to look at the chat box. There is one question for her, and then I will turn over to Rajiv Bhattacharya.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead quickly.
And I have already raised the question, sir. It's in the chat box.
Yes, madam, your question has been answered by the speaker. So, can we move on to the second question?
Yes, there is this.
Because I can raise more queries, but okay, as the time is too short, so I will continue with my second question.
No, but there is a question on hunger and India's ranking in the hunger index. So that question remains unanswered. So I request the third speaker to respond to this question.
Yes. So the question which has been raised is India has ranked an abysmal 107 out of 121 countries on the Global Hunger Index 2022. Among the South Asian countries, India is ranked below Bangladesh. So
what is your below Sri Lanka also? So what is your outlook regarding this? What steps you think that can be taken to handle this situation?
Yes, Professor Runa Roy, can you please answer the question?
Okay, it's all right. We will come back to you. But let's listen to Dr. Rajiv Bhattacharya. Dr. Bhattacharya, please, you can turn on your... You are on mute now. Yes.
Yes. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you to all the paper presenters. Yesterday, I presented myself. So I was a presenter. But thanks to the second, particularly to my colleague, Runa, and the second presenter, I forgot her name. But I have a question for the second presenter. In fact, I was very interested. She presented a very well structured and a beautiful empirical study, though maybe at the early level. But actually, I had some research on a few items, so I am very interested with that. So I want to suggest, in fact, I want to have a query or maybe a suggestion that you can look at the factors or reasons that are responsible for the decrease in walkability. Actually, particularly, I can give you some examples. Encroachment of the pavements by hawkers or the marketplace or the crowding out. These are a basic, one of the fundamental problems which we face as the citizens of Kolkata. And this has been the municipality or the policy makers have time to time, they have shifted the marketplace or something like that to make this clear the pavements and make it more walkable other than the free parks and open spaces. So can you think of running an OLS regression with the identifying the major factors? That means the independent variables like encroachment or something which increases or decreases because you have some concept of partial correlation. So I would suggest as a researcher, as a teacher, I to go for a fundamental, because this is a very well structured research. I found a very interesting research where you can go for the independent factors, identify the independent factors which can decrease or which has some kind of relation with the walkability or free space in Kolkata. And it would be a very well structured study. And regarding the secondary, probably the secondary data are not available as I have understood. The primary data regarding getting the data from directly the field survey could be a very interesting study, and it can be submitted to the Kolkata Municipal Corporation or something like that. It would be a very good policy implication for the researchers and as well as the policymakers. I think this is my opinion, personal opinion. I want to. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya, for your excellent intervention. we don't have much of time, but if Suparna wants to respond, I think it's a
Yes,
suggestion. So
yes. I would
you
like
may
to
not
answer.
respond to it. So you may take it as an advice, good
I
piece of
would.
advice. So
I
would
would
you
like
like
to
to
answer.
respond? Yes.
I would like to
There is
answer.
no question, so
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
I would
engage.
like to
Yes.
answer. See, since OLS regression is not possible because the TP districts are divided into 25 zones. So when you go for OLS regressions, I have been trying it for last 2 years, but I was not able to do it because TP districts are 25 and they don't have GPS data. That is also mentioned in my presentation. So I need to request the TP, I mean the traffic police to provide the GPS data for it so that I can go for ward-wise distribution of traffic accidents. First of all, secondly, the traffic accidents are
Suparna,
only
brief,
the
brief. We don't have
sorry
time.
sorry
Yes.
sorry and I haven't gone for OLS regression, but however I've gone for ISM, like interpretive structural modeling, which takes into account macro level and micro level conditions. Okay, thank you. That's it.
I think since there was no question on the first paper, I would just sort of raise two issues, and I would request the first speaker to sort of reflect on them if they find it uh, relevant. One is regarding the Farakka water uh, treaty. I think the greatest mistake that India committed by way of signing the Farakka water treaty is this, that it did not take into account the availability of water, which means that during the dry season, the the availability of water is much less. I mean, it is just a common sense. But what is much more important in this context is this, that Farakka itself is a problem in the sense that you have referred to silting, and which means that the water flow is stopped suddenly and in Farakka due to lack of dredging for years. I worked on Farakka, so I can actually share the data in this context, but I don't think that's relevant. So what happens is this, that the large water flow that descends into the floodplains of Bengal from the hills of Rajmahal, you know that that gets suddenly stopped by Farakka, and the water flow actually bypasses Farakka and it moves into Bangladesh anyway. So that's the uncontrolled surge of water. So India is not in a position even to meet the requirement which is there in the treaty. So that's number one. And you have not taken into account the availability factor. The second point, which is much more important, is this, that Bangladesh actually views the water problem in a holistic manner. It doesn't see one river. You have referred to three rivers, Ganga, Kushiara, and Tista, but you have
Kenny,
not, and you have not referred to many other rivers. I guess that there are, I'm very bad at remembering the numbers, but I guess that India shares at least 28
64,
rivers with Bangladesh.
64
I'm
rivers.
not very sure about the number that I'm quoting. So Bangladesh actually views it as an entire river system in the Ganga, Meghna, Brahmaputra basin, and it actually wants a holistic solution to the whole crisis. You have not 54 rivers. Yes, I stand corrected. So the other thing that I want to refer to is this, that the complete absence of any reference to Tista water, which is, you in your presentation you have not referred to it, which is a tangled issue. So I guess that these issues will be taken into account in future. Now, since we don't have time, so we have to stop this session and pass on to the other session. So let's wait for the housekeeping announcement. Thank you very much. But I enjoyed the three presentations, and I must say that this was a great learning experience for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations and best wishes to all the speakers who have enlightened this session. And a special thanks for the chairperson for executing the session so brilliantly. Thank you for your inputs. So, with this, we come to the end of the fourth session, and we can begin the fifth academic session, the theme of which is interactions of Eastern and Northeastern India with Bangladesh, fostering relations. Uh, The chairperson of this session is Dr. Shomir Kumar Dash, who has kindly agreed to chair this session. Unfortunately, Dr. Kingshud Chatterjee is unable to join due to some difficulty. So the key speaker of this session is Anindo Botobal. Uh, he is an associate professor and head at the Department of Political Science, University of Calcutta. He has been teaching at the University of Calcutta for around 7 years. Previously, he has taught at the University of Kolkata for around 12 years. His areas of research interest includes international relation, Indian foreign policy, and environmental politics. He has several publications in his name which have appeared in reputed peer-reviewed journals like Roundtable, International Studies, China Report, and South Asian Survey. He has also written several research papers which have been published in edited books by reputed national and international publishers, including one from Routledge, London. He has also authored a book on environmental politics entitled Energy and Environment Implications for International Relations, published by Manuscript India in 2003. The title of his presentation today is Connections, Connectivity and Security, India and Bangladesh After Half a Century. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sreyoshi. So before Anindo takes over, I would just request him to restrict his presentation to 25 minutes, and maybe that we will have quick 5 minutes for quick responses to his presentation. Thank you very much. It's over to Anindo.
And thanks to everyone and good evening. First, I would like to thank Kolkata Society for Asian Studies for inviting me to this very important webinar on India-Bangladesh relations. Now, the title of my presentation, as you all know, is Connections, Connectivity and Security, India and Bangladesh After Half a Century.
A kind request to all the speakers.
Connectivity, in fact, has become the new buzzword in determining. Yes, I will abide by the time limit.
No, sir, please continue. I just request the speakers to other speakers to please mute yourself.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, please continue. Yes.
Yeah. Now, connectivity has become the new buzzword in determining the contours of India-Bangladesh bilateral ties for quite some time. However, in my presentation, at the very outset, I would like to make a distinction between connections and connectivity. If you look at the history of ties between India and the territorial construct that came to be known as Bangladesh since 1971, you would find that connections existed between what was earlier East Pakistan and even before that part of undivided British India, and even during the pre-colonial era, you will find numerous flows of interactions, connections that existed between these two entities. So there lies a conceptual difference between connections and connectivity. Connectivity is essentially elitist in nature, based on official state-centric narratives. You find that as far as the whole narrative on connectivity is concerned, it essentially deals with interactions between governments of two states. But connections between societies and people can exist independent of the official narrative on connectivity. When you talk about connectivity issues, you essentially, therefore, deal with the official policies that emanate from the governments of the two states, focusing on increasing contacts between two territorial entities, namely India and Bangladesh, like the increase in land, air, water connectivity, the multimodal linkages that both the governments have been trying to promote and have been quite successful in promoting in the last couple of decades. But as I would like to focus in this particular presentation is that connections across borders on many occasions contests and also redefines the narratives on connectivity. So there is a narrative on connectivity and a separate narrative on connections as far as India and Bangladesh are concerned. And unfortunately, in literature on bilateral ties between these two states, the focus is more on connectivity and less on connections. Now, this is the first point which I would like to make. The second point is that no discussion on either connections or connectivity between India and Bangladesh would be complete without focusing on the border and issues that are present between the two countries as far as the border is concerned. And as we all know, that India-Bangladesh border, which is around 4,097 kilometers long, straddles across 5 of India's provinces: West Bengal, Assam, Tripura, Meghalaya, and Mizoram. But then, as far as India and Bangladesh as post-colonial entities in South Asia is concerned, India-Bangladesh border need to be looked upon as part of a larger zone or the borderland that on many occasions at once constructs and subverts the post-colonial nation. I here draw primarily on works by Professor Willem van Schendel entitled The Bengal Borderland Beyond the State and Nation in South Asia, where Professor van Schendel argues that while borders are themselves defining and delimiting state power and sovereignty, they are simultaneously sites that constantly challenge and negotiate such power. And when one is looking at connections across borders or borderlands, and as I will be discussing in course of my presentation, there is a conceptual difference between what constitutes borders and what constitutes borderlands. People living in the territorial space known as borderland, as Professor Van Schandel argued, question the nation form that challenges their very existence. And as we all know, as far as India and Bangladesh is concerned, a post-colonial state, two post-colonial states of India and Pakistan after partition were born after dividing a single territorial entity, which was undivided India. And the borderlands, therefore, are territorial spaces demarcated and designed by state designed boundaries. So the whole point is that borderland communities lying on the margins of more than one state are thus existing in different development modes and forms of governance. Very often it is found that borderlanders are physically close to a foreign regime and farther away from the central power of their own governments, which is the case with several borderland communities lying between India's east and northeastern region and Bangladesh. And the very porosity of the borders and related security issues like human trafficking, cross-border smuggling in contraband items, illegal migration, even movement by terror networks, challenges the authority of both India and Bangladesh. And one need to look at all these issues from viewing the India-Bangladesh border not as purely a border, but as a borderland. And in spite of borders and borderlands being often imagined as hard and enclosing frontiers, in reality they are quite porous, as everyday experience along the Indo-Bangladesh frontier has shown. And as it is seen from everyday experience, borderlanders can be active border crossers who make use of such skills to challenge state control and discourses on boundaries in order to work on the improvement of their life chances and livelihoods. People in many parts of Northeast India, particularly in landlocked states like Tripura, or even in remote areas in Meghalaya along the India-Bangladesh border, are more closer to Bangladesh than to those in India. And the relative economic isolation of about 200 million people living in the geographical construct that is known as India's Northeast, in many ways encourages illicit trade, fuels terrorism, increases social economic tensions along this frontier. So without understanding the borderland, and it is impossible to understand the nation form that developed in South Asia, the economy that emerged, and the ways in which national identities are embedded. And in fact, Willem van Schendel had authored another very important book, which is The History of Bangladesh, published few years later than his work on the Bengal borderland, where he actually traces the whole trajectory of the evolution of Bangladesh as a nation from the pre-colonial era to the colonial period, then to partition, and after the period after 1971. Now, therefore, what is important to note is when we are looking at different interactions between India and Bangladesh, primarily from India's east and northeast region, is that there are several different modes of connections. Like, say, for example, the issue of cattle smuggling, the issue of trade in illicit drugs, arms and ammunitions, smuggling in other contraband items, which in many ways challenges the security of both the people and the regime in both India and Bangladesh. So there are several different modes of connections across the India-Bangladesh borderland, which on many occasions exist independent of the official narrative on connectivity between these two states. And contradictions and oppositions between the state and society exist, particularly in border regions where issues of livelihood, belonging, and allegiances can prove complex. In fact, Professor David Gellner, in his book Borderland Lives in Northern South Asia, he argues that borders and borderlands are products of colonial practices and are in fact peripheral spaces that tend to continuously define and redefine the authority of the state. Now, in this connection, I would like to refer to one important aspect, which is the border huts between India and Bangladesh, which emerged out of the memorandum of understanding that was signed between India and Bangladesh government in 2010. Now, there are initially there were 4 border huts along the India-Bangladesh frontier, one in Meghalaya, some in Tripura, and as far as the interactions in these border huts were concerned, what is important to note is that these interactions specifically refer to a particular unique mode of interactions that develop between people residing along the borderland of India and Bangladesh. But then, what is important to note is that there were even interactions, connections between people which goes beyond the activities that took place in the border huts. Take, for example, the use of Grameen phone and Bangla Link SIM cards. The SIM cards of Grameen phone and Bangla Link by people in remote places in Meghalaya, particularly in a place called Dauki, along the border with Bangladesh, or in places like Nongri, primarily because of the fact that in these remote India-Bangladesh borderland areas, mobile connections from service providers in India are extremely weak. Even people in some other remote places along the India-Bangladesh border have been reported to be using SIM cards from mobile service providers like Grameen Phone and Bangla Link in Bangladesh. The point is that these also have different kinds of other security implications as far as both India and Bangladesh is concerned. The border between India and Bangladesh has many unfenced areas as well. In fact, over 100 in Meghalaya alone, where citizens from both countries freely mingle. In a remote village in Meghalaya named Huroi along the India-Bangladesh border, as it was reported in a reputed daily in Shillong, the Shillong Times, Bangladeshis often enter Indian territory to purchase basic items of daily necessities. And similar activities have been reported in the border areas along Dauki in Meghalaya, which is mostly unfenced. Cattle smuggling, the point which I had referred to some time back, has been a lucrative business as it thrives primarily because of the high demand for beef in Bangladesh. But beef export from India, as we all know, is officially forbidden. And one estimate stated that 1.7 million cattle are smuggled annually from India across the border to Bangladesh. And this figure actually comprises of the cattle state India, which shares the common border with Bangladesh. Now, cattle are cattle smuggling, in fact, increases during festive seasons in Bangladesh, particularly during times of Eid, when cattle prices also increases. The point that I'm trying to make is that as far as illegal cattle trade is concerned, it is estimated to be around 500 million US dollars annually. which actually is not part of the official record of bilateral trade which India and Bangladesh records annually. And as we all know that India-Bangladesh bilateral trade is being increasing year after year. But this cattle smuggling, which has been a major issue for both the governments, the figure in illegal cattle smuggling across the border between India and Bangladesh is extremely high. In certain areas along the India-Bangladesh borderland, currencies of both countries are used as medium of exchange. And along with it, there also exists the major problem of fake Indian currency notes being sent from across the border from Bangladesh to India. And the whole point is that you find that in spite of the border being created between India and Bangladesh post-partition and which continued after 1971, the whole point is that these kind of connections in many ways actually have different implications for the post-colonial state in both India as well as in Bangladesh. Therefore, movement of people between the borderlands of India and Bangladesh did not end with the partition in 1947. On the contrary, I argue that it assumed several new dimensions like illegal smuggling, human trafficking, trade in contraband items, and even activities by terrorist groups. And my contention is that it is quite natural that if a single territorial entity, which was undivided India, is partitioned as it was done in 1947, these problems like illegal infiltration, cattle smuggling, and related activities along this porous India-Bangladesh border and borderland will
Anindo, please
exist.
round up. Please round up.
Yes, I will
Okay.
take just 1 minute.
Huh.
So, so this is quite natural that it will exist and continue to exist, and it will be difficult for governments of both India and Bangladesh to monitor such activities along their frontier. So I will end by saying that along with the official narrative on connectivity between India and Bangladesh, one also need to focus on the different arrays of connections with deep-seated security implications that also exist between these two states, independent of the official narrative on connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Anindo. I guess that all of you have enjoyed the presentation. The presentation actually moves around the distinction between connection and connectivity. So the lecture is now open for discussion. If uh, you have any comment or any question, please turn on your audio and maybe video in order to shoot your question. Thanks, Anindo. Normally, you know that panel lectures are not subject to Q&A. I guess that the important point that you raise is the friction between connection and connectivity, whereas connection has its historical past. The connectivity is actually a policy-induced phenomenon, and you have referred to some of the policies that the government of India as well as the government of Bangladesh have taken in recent years. You have also underlined the challenges to a greater Indo-Bangla relationship. Uh, and I guess that those challenges will be duly taken note of, and maybe that during the valedictory session, these will be discussed. So thank you very much. Thanks to Kolkata Society for Asian Studies for having invited me to chair these two sessions. I am also a part of them, so I cannot thank myself, but uh, in any case, I wish that the rest of the seminar will be a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So with this, we
Now,
come to the end of the fifth session. And congratulations to the speaker for throwing such insightful inputs into the reality of the situation. And thank you, Dr. Das, for conducting this session so brilliantly. Thank you once again. Over to you, Shormishtadi.
now the next session will be conducted by Dr. Fiyashi Bharasa, and I'm requesting Dr. Bharasa to go on for the next session.
Yes. So good evening to all of you. So today we'll just start the sixth academic session, and in this session, the subtheme is bolstering Indo-Bangladesh partnership, promoting people-to-people connectivity through tourism, culture, science and technology, and youth exchange. In this session, there are six participants, six speakers. Our key speaker in this session is Mofidul Haq, founder, trustee of Liberation War Museum, and he will be delivering a lecture on the containment versus connectivity, Indo-Bangladesh relations since partition. And a brief bio note about him is Mafidul Haq did his MA in sociology from Dhaka University. He is associated with the cultural and social movement since his student days. Like the youth of the 60s, he took part in the Liberation War of 1971. He's a publisher by profession, an author and activist by choice. He writes on history, culture, art, and social transformation. His book, Deshbhag, Sampradayikata or Sampriti Sadhana, is a treatise of Bengal partition. Folk psyche and secularism is a security theme in his writings. He is an advisor of Chayanot, a leading cultural organization, and vice president of Combined Cultural Alliances. And he is a recipient of Ekushe Padok and Bangla Academy Literary Award. He has directed a documentary film titled Sound of Silence in 1996. He, along with his seven other trustees, has established Mukti Juddha Jadughar, a private initiative that became a people's institution. He is the director of the museum's Center for Study of Genocide and Justice, which has organized 6 international conferences with Bangladesh genocide and offer courses on genocide studies. So this is about Dr. Mofidul Haq. And our guest speaker in this session is Professor Mohua Mukherjee, former professor, Department of Dance, and former Dean of Arts, Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. Her topic of deliberation will be Gauriya Nritya, Bangladesh. I think she will join a little later. And the brief bio about her is Professor Mukherjee is an exponent, pioneer researcher who has received the Indian classical dance from Gauriya Nritya. She is retired professor of Department of Dance and former Dean of Faculty of Fine Arts of Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. Along with her husband, Amitabh Mukherjee, she has been reviving the dance style through her career from 1980s. She has also given performances and lectures as Fulbright visiting professor at the University of Oklahoma, USA. She has also served as Tagore Chair Professor in the University of Dhaka for 2 years. She has learned dance from several gurus like Shoshi Mahato, Narottam Shannal, etc. She has also been the subject of a poem written by Nigerian writer Tanure Ojade, published in his collection The Beauty I Have Seen. And he has, of course, supervised many PhDs and the master degree dissertations. She has about 20 books and more than 180 articles. And our next speaker of this session will be Kaustav Ghosh Roy. research scholar, Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. The topic of his deliberation will be the possibility of an enhanced mode of bilateral relationship across the India-Bangladesh border of West Bengal, an anthropological approach in search for the alternative views and emerging possibilities. And our next speaker will be Dr. Shreyoshi Choudhury, State Aided College Teacher, Department of History, Calcutta Girls College, Kolkata, and Dr. Kuntal Narayan Choudhury, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, Kolkata. Their topic will be Alpona, biomorphic motifs link women with their environment in this dying earth of Bengal. And the next speaker will be Srabanti Bosu, Department of Biotechnology, Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata, and her deliberation will be on poetry performance of Indo-Bangladesh relation, importance and challenges. And the last speaker will be Ritoja Mukherjee, an academic research writer working for a private educational consultant based in Hyderabad. She has post-graduated with rank in comparative literature from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and her topic will be Ora Thake Odhare, relevance of the age-old Ghoti-Bangal conflict in 21st century India. And we are very fortunate that we have with us as the chairperson of this session is Professor Sriradha Dutt. I'm sorry, just 1 minute. Sriradha Dotto, who is the professor of Jindal School of International Affairs, OP Jindal Global University. Professor Dotto was senior fellow and head of the Neighborhood Studies Center of the Vivekananda International Foundation. She is also a non-resident senior fellow with the Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore. Prior to that, she was the director, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad Institute of Asian Studies, Kolkata for 6 years. She has a PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University and New Delhi and an MPhil degree from Jadavpur University. Her recent works are Act East Policy and Northwest India and edited BIMSTEC, The Journey, The Way Ahead, and co-edited Bangladesh at 50 Development and Challenges and many other books. She has published over 150 articles in journals, edited volumes, newspaper, and academic websites. Her research interest includes India's neighborhood policies, regionalism, cross-border issues, amongst other distinctions. She has been recipient of international fellowships, including at German Institute of Global Affairs, Distinguished Indian Scholar Series, University of Taiwan, International Leadership Visitors Program at USA, awarded the Shelton Kodikara Award for South Asian Strategic Studies, Distinguished Indian Scholar Series, University of Taiwan, and visiting fellow at Jadavpur University, besides other fellowships. She continues to serve on the academic boards to several universities and think tanks and is a regular participant in Track2 dialogues with India and several of its neighborhoods. Over to ma'am, Professor Sriradha Dotto, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Piyashi. Good to be here again. I don't think we had some 2 days of very enriching presentations, discussions, and I'm not going to take up more time. I think we must give whatever time possible to the speakers. So I'm very happy to request Professor Haq for his presentation first.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Professor Sriradha Datta, and distinguished members of the panel. Especially, I thank Kolkata Society for Asian Studies. This is a very timely and very, I think, forward-looking session they have organized. And I would like to dwell on the more on the background and history of the relationship, Indo-Bangla relationship. And we are celebrating the 50 years of very fruitful relation that India and Bangladesh has established since 1971. But if you want to look into it, then we must go back to 1947, the year of independence for the subcontinent. At the same time, when the subcontinent was divided on the religious line based on the two-nation theory that has been propagated by the Muslim League, and also the background of very complex scenario, this became a reality. And a reality which is very difficult to understand, because when we talk about the independence of India, people usually refer to the year of the partition. 1947 in many cases are not the year of achieving freedom, but also a year of deep pain and anguish and suffering. And this happened in Punjab and in Bengal. Maybe rest of the India has a different scenario. And for Bangladesh, it was a mixed feelings. We became independent as part of the Pakistan. And also, I think there are some important features in history which we need to highlight. Sometimes it has been not been focused or studied so much. That partition was preceded by very brutal, violent clashes, conflicts between the two major religious community, and the great scare of the Calcutta killing, the riots which erupted in middle of August 1946 was unthinkable, and the frenzy of people killing each other, that actually shook the whole people of the whole subcontinent, and especially in Bengal and in other areas where there are substantial number of Hindus and Muslims population. And it was followed by riots in Noakhali, and that happened in the rural village where people know each other. In an urban setting, it is mostly that the conflict is between the on the basis of identity, where people are not uh, knowing each other, and that maybe made riots more violent and possible. And that perturbed Mahatma Gandhi very much, and he came to Noakhali and he stayed there for more than 3 months and walked through the villages. Then also riot erupted in Bihar. And in that background, the Indian politicians decided that separation will be the solution, and let's the Muslims have their own space, their separate homeland, and so that will be the end of the conflict. But the partition caused more violence than the pre-partition conflicts, and Punjab became a sea of blood. The frenzy was unthinkable, and the politicians finally decided that they will opt for exchange of population. The Hindus from West Punjab will be transported to the eastern part, and the Muslims from eastern Punjab will be transported to the. And the fallacy was, I think, the brutality and fallacy was reflected much in literature, and we refer to Sadat Hasan Manto in this regard. But it is also important to note that Bengal was more or less peaceful in 1947. And that was because of the resistance from the society on the conflict, on the communal divide, and also the presence of Mahatma Gandhi in Noakhali, then his visit to Bihar, and in mid-August of 1947, he decided that he will stay in Kolkata and work for peace among the two communities. And that created a big influence. So we can say that there was exodus, there was refugee crisis that also happened after 1947, but that was not something to be compared with Punjab. And when people, especially in English literature, we say that they talk about the partition, they mostly talk about Punjab partition, and they do not look so much seriously into the reality of the Bengal partition. And one significant photograph, which was repeated many years later, shows that Mahatma Gandhi on 15th August was fasting for peace at a house, at a Muslim house, which was devastated by the rioters previously in Beliaghata, the Haidari Manjil, and Hussein Sheikh Sarawardi was with him. And that photo shows that young Mujib was standing on the door. And that shows that where Mujib was actually standing at the time of division. And that's how we started our journey in Pakistan. And we know that Pakistan was also a prison for the Bengalis of eastern part, and it started to be reflected in many ways, especially on the question of language. But unfortunately, the brutal riots erupted in 1950. Actually, the conflict and violence which we saw in Punjab, that could be resisted in 1947 but could not be stopped, and it erupted in 1950 with the exodus of refugees, with a large number of displacement, and especially from the southern Bengal, from Barishal, Khulna, and the adjacent areas. and it spread into all over the land. And also vice versa, there were refugees also coming from Western Bengal, Bihar, and other places into East Pakistan, and that actually established the theory of the Muslim League that Muslims are a separate nation and they need a separate homeland, and but that was not such reality for us. But 1950 actually was a brutal experience for the citizens of East Bengal. Then I do not dwell much on history, but we see that in 1952 it was a turnaround on the issue of language, and the rulers were in really difficult position because they were challenged by almost the whole people, and they tried to contain it in many different ways. But in 1954 election in East Bengal, the Muslim League was routed, but they came back through conspiracy, through the central's rule that was imposed, and finally in 1958 with martial law. And during all this period, gradually we can see that the state was becoming powerful, but society's resistance was also getting strength. So it was an ongoing struggle, and the struggle centered around the national identity, which is a secular identity that Hindus and Muslims of Bengal, they are all Bengalis. But as we see that India-Pakistan relation was right from the beginning was one of contention and conflict, and that affected the whole subcontinent. And in 1964, another brutal riot erupted with the incident of Hazrat Bal Mosque. But in 1964, in East Bengal, there was strong resistance against the riot. It created a impact on the minority community, but also the mainstream community also tried its best to stop the killing. Then in 1965, the war actually defined the relationship, and East Bengal was really made a cage for the people with the containment that we are speaking about. All connectivity with India, especially with West Bengal, was stopped. The rail link which was operating was stopped. Waterways connection was stopped. Import of books and magazines from India was banned. Indian films were banned. And so the state actually tried to impose its total control. And within East Pakistan, people feel that they have lost all connectivity with outside world, and especially with India. But people to people connectivity or contacts, they try to keep it up, but it was very difficult, and there was also political persecution, social persecution, especially that erupted from time to time when the people of East Bengal tried to observe the birth centenary of Tagore. There was a strong resistance, there was a strong opposition from the government, but nevertheless, people celebrated it in a befitting way. Also tried to celebrate Bengali New Year and others. So culture played a very important role all through the struggle, and ultimately the political struggle led by Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib for the rights of the Bengali people, that made an electrifying influence on the people. And we know that 1970 election and the subsequent development, and the Pakistani rulers, finally they made the brutal attack to solve the political problem with military might. That resulted into one of the worst genocide of 20th century, when about 10 million of our people were forced to leave the country. They tried to seek shelter in India, mostly in West Bengal, but also in all the adjacent states of India. So we know the story of 1971, and there was so much support that was generated from Indian people of West Bengal, and people from every walks of life, including artists, writers, and teachers, educationists, and common people. So that's a great story, and that changed the whole scenario. And from 1972, it's a new beginning, from connectivity to from containment to connectivity. And I will say that that has ups and downs, but it is a continuing process. And there are, I think the panelists here also understand that how they are also connected with similar initiatives in Bangladesh. And this is a great story. This is a great saga, and I think if we look into it, we'll see that in every aspects of culture, education, or in tourism, or in other way, there are many examples, ongoing connectivity between literatures, between poets, between theater artists, filmmakers, musicians. So this is, I think, something which is gaining strength, which is also has a large spread in different small cities or towns. Also, we see that with Dinajpur, maybe with Shiliguri, they have a connection. With Sylhet, they have with Shillong or Karimganj, Silchar, or from Kumilla, they have connection with Agartala, and also various institutions are also engaged in many ways. So what we see that India-Bangladesh relation and connectivity is a negation of the partition, negation of the division of India on the basis of religion, negation of what the Great Divide meant for the people. But how to make it more meaningful, how to make it more strong, and I think that's a major issue. And we can identify there are a lot of things that we need to do. There are a lot of programs that need to be initiated, lot of other ways that we can actually promote this connectivity. And when I look into it, I carry a dream of connectivity which the European Union has established. That all the countries are different, they all have their own culture, their history, but they have a great connectivity between people to people contact, between the programs, and lot of programs that can be initiated at the state level. That's also very important. In an ASEAN conference a few years ago in Philippines, we had the opportunity to see the performance recreating Rama. Rama is a myth which unites most of the ASEAN countries, irrespective of their religion or their historical legacy. And they actually made a joint program on the story of Rama with Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand and other countries participating. So we see that our common culture, common heritage, and the understanding that we could build up, we have a lot to do. And we see that in this regard, we see that there are not much progress has been made. SARC has become a non-entity. We had great hope on SARC that the South Asian countries will come together under SARC umbrella, but we see that that did not materialize. Now we have BIMSTEC, and BIMSTEC I think has also the similar possibility, and we can look into BIMSTEC, how BIMSTEC can be turned meaningfully to have the cultural connectivity, social connectivity, and artistic connectivity. And this is what we think is very important for all of us to keep in mind, to be more innovative, more creative, and especially to establish connectivity among the youths. That's very important. There are a few programs, youth-centering programs, educational exchange is also one of them. And I think there are great potentiality of promoting this. And we from the Liberation War Museum, it's a private museum, but we say it's a people's museum. We are engaged in memorialization, and we could retrieve lot of stories and lot of contribution that the people of India and especially from the adjacent borders has contributed. Also the sacrifice that Indian soldiers, Indian members of the armed forces, they went through for the liberation of a country. And I think Bangladesh-India relationship has been a defiance of the partition, but we need to carry it forward, need to make it more meaningful, more substantial, and need to make it at every level, every institution, every initiative. There is a partner in Bangladesh, and for Bangladesh there is a partner in India. So let's extend our hand, let's grasp each other, and let's make a march together for a better future for all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Haq, for tracing the history of the region. And I enjoyed the positive note that you concluded on. It has been a very difficult beginning. Yes, the riots, the genocide, the killing has left very dark imprints on people, and especially East Pakistan at that time, and then of course India. But as you said, that I think right now we have to pin our hopes on the youth, and it's not only also the cross-border connectivity that you mentioned, but also connectivity of ideas and innovations and innovations. And I think that is how we must take the relationship forward. Between any two neighbors, there's bound to be outstanding issues. I mean, that's accepted. But when we have the political will and the people's support to take the relationship forward in a positive way, there is very little that anybody can hold back. So I think I would also agree that the two neighbors are poised at a state, despite the very difficult passage that they've gone through. At this point of time, we can really hope that the youth also on both sides believe in a future, not only bilateral but also regionalism. And very rightly so, while SARC hasn't functioned for reasons known to all of us, but I think sub-regionalism in SARC, within SARC, which is already always mandated, and the BIMSTEC and other connectivities that you're looking at within the region will take the two countries forward. Thank you very much for your presentation. Can I now request? I think you mentioned that Professor Mahua Mukherjee hasn't joined us yet, right? So then I would like to
Probably she will join a little later, ma'am.
Okay, so we will ask
yes,
Kaustav Ghosh Roy for his presentation. Over to you, Kaustav.
Mr. Ghosh Roy, are you here?
Yes, joining.
Okay.
I think I'm having some problem. Just give me a minute. Hello everyone, I am Kaustav Ghosh and good evening to everyone. Today I am going to present this presentation titled The Possibility of an Enhanced Mode of Bilateral Relationship Across the India-Bangladesh Border of West Bengal, an anthropological approach in search for the alternative views and emerging possibilities. It is under the sub-theme of bolstering Indo-Bangladesh partnership, promoting people-to-people connectivity through tourism, culture, science, and technology and youth exchanges. Now, introduction. In terms of spaces of engagement and friendship and trust between India and Bangladesh is maturing and becoming a major instrument for delivering growth and regional stability, and unleashed a major force for ensuring overall connectivity. Now, if we consider the government and political leadership as the first phase for intervention, they have already laid their foundation for taking forward the progress and growth driven by the second space of industry. Now, I am talking about the third space of ground level stakeholders who needs to be nurtured and who will be proven to be a great facilitator in terms of bilateral relationship. This presentation argues that to grasp the geographical realities of the Bengal borderland as understandable realities and to understand the broader aspect of cross-border human interactions, we need to take into account the spatial context of the production and dissemination of knowledge that are embedded inside the lives of the people residing at the margins of borderland, which will eventually bolster more enhanced possibility of cross-border mobility and exchange through bilateral channels. Also, this presentation have located the idea of local governance and development in and around the borderlands and argues that the focus should be centered around the people residing at the borderland, whom are responding, reacting, and resisting over the subject of development, whether it is applicable, which have acted on them. Their responses in relation to the state-led development initiatives from both sides of the border, both in India and Bangladesh perspective, can be considered a crucial point in determining further action in cross-border interaction and sociability, further enabling some mechanism which would transform the border spaces as connector zones for inclusive growth and prosperity. Next slide. The Bengal borderlands in the midst of trans-regional cooperation. Now, bordering, it is well known.
Just a minute, Mr. Roy. We can't see the next slide.
Do you see this slide?
I can only see your first cover slide.
Now?
No.
Okay. Now?
No, not even that has gone.
What?
Can the organizers help? Did you share it with the organizer? Maybe they could upload it. Or you can speak, sorry, whatever.
Whether Mr. Tamagna has this presentation with him?
No.
Okay.
I request Kaustubh to speak now. The time is crossing out.
Can you see right now?
No.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Now, second, I'm going to the third slide now. Bordering the nation meant taking symbolic control of the nearest half of the borderland that was claimed by the nation as inside and disowning the other half that was excluded as outside. Border marks the ends of the nation territoriality, where both an India and Bangladesh tried to nationalize cross-border events. Both attempted to destroy older forms of regional sociability like religious events, markets, and annual fairs, and introduce new form of state demarcated regional integration projects which demonstrate the collective feature of the state authority. Now, the membership of the regional organization demonstrate the state's diplomatic orientation and how they would like to manage their natural resources, foster trade relations, maintain peace beyond the state, promote the welfare of the citizens of the members of the state with increased economic growth, overall progress in socio-cultural domain. The Trans-Regional Corporation has its own share of history in the wider discourse of South and Southeast Asian diplomatic experience. The South Asian Growth Quadrangle happened to facilitate the cooperation in Ganga, Brahmaputra, Meghna shared borderlands, and with the BBI and Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal with their motor vehicle agreement. The objective of regulating passengers, personal and cargo vehicular traffic to accelerate economic and social development. Non-state think tanks like Center for Policy Dialogue of Bangladesh and Union Academy of Social Sciences propose the idea of Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar Economic Corridor, BCIM. BIMSTEC is another state-led initiative across the South and Southeast Asia, along with ASEAN and SAARC. The objectives of BIMSTEC are in conjunction with India's policies of the Neighborhood First and Acts, which are geared towards enhancing physical connectivity through the establishment of new and upgradation of existing road, rail, and maritime linkage to boost trade and people-to-people interactions. But these state-based regional organizations are often confined by conventional ideas of borders, and the approaches of integration are often considered responsible for creating more roadblocks. Borders demarcate the geographical possibility of a state with defined power and sovereignty. The nation of India and Bangladesh left their imprint on the culture of the respective borderlands in many more and less tangible ways. The Bengal borderland, in this case, played an important role in the self-image of the post-partition nation. The borderland itself became a national memory site. Borderland as a zone within which lies an international border and a borderland society as social and cultural system straddled across the border. Therefore, it can be argued that the Bengal borderland is much more than a peripheral meeting point of the two states and their institutions. Now, special context of borderland. States are based on the territoriality and may accept or reject certain cross-border agreements, usually with their neighbors. Thus, There were many state-initiated by-state institutions across the border. There are also many non-state initiatives that claiming territoriality across the territorial limit of the territory and accepted as a both sides. For example, connections between chambers of commerce, religious institutions, artistic and aesthetic foundations, etc. In addition to the agreement approved by the border states, millions of border residents were also involved in the cross-border agreements that were not approved by the states. These included cross-border kinship networks, land tenure and population mobility, and cross-border production, distribution, and consumption system. They take place in geographic areas where interpersonal communication is dense. They differ from the virtual worlds of financial markets and internet and media, and dominate the discourse of transnational connection and global structural change. Borderlands are practical arenas that, in their own way, shed light on the changing configuration of state and non-state entities. Anthropologists have developed a concept of space and culture that are no longer organically linked to the limited units of the nation or state. Such an understanding seems particularly applicable to people who live international lives and have crossed geopolitical and metaphorical borders. These people themselves can still believe in a natural correspondence between nation state and identity, all seen as limited entities, and their actions can derive from a sense of limited culture in conflict with the culturally interstitial places in which they live. Thus, it can be argued that the spatial context of the wider social relation, based on cross-border kinship ties, cultural and linguistic overlaps, and production, distribution, consumption model, are transcending the borderland, constantly transforming, and in this process, the meaning of border is produced, reconstructed, strengthened, or weakened. The notion of approach has been substantiated in past research, where Donan and Heller in 2000 argued that border region studies challenge the tendency of social scientists to study the world as a patchwork of societies, economies, and culture defined by the state. They further argued in favor of recognizing special forms as independent socio-geographical forms and entities to re-emphasize over the previous assumption regarding the nature of relationship between people, place, identity, and culture. Special context of the production, dissemination knowledge that are embedded inside the lives of the people residing at the margins of borderland, as emphasized by Hans Scandal in 2005, takes into account various transnational flows of people and goods across the border. He further raised some key inquiries like how do different forms of trade and migration negotiate place, how do they relate to the competing form of territoriality in border, and how do they transcend event and form regulatory system, entities, and alliances. It has been noted that the countries that are challenging these transnational flows create more barricades and violent borders, more complex, albeit illegal, organization to contain the flow. In this way, the state policy of prohibition and control create new cross-border arrangements that can proven to be a greater challenges to state territoriality. The notion that states are simply reacting to an increase in clandestine transnational flow is misleading, as it overlooks the extent to which states actually structure and even enable clandestine border crossing. State-centric discourses on illegal cross-border flows are one-sided because they refuse to consider the counter-discourse of legitimacy underlying these flows, how the state facilitates and benefits from these flows. To remain an example of labor immigration, countries can rely on it as an export-based strategy, a safety valve to solve the problem of unemployment and hinder social mobility. Look, local governance and development across border. Development is a very broad concept and involves all kinds of economic and political policies that would help stabilize the place's environment and enhance economic growth. For the most part, while policies and rulers can provide a general environment for the particular place to determine the status of individuals. For example, citizenship, actual livelihood are often shaped by the different decisions and strategies of individuals and groups. To respond to such policies and rules, thus creating new political and economic relationship between individuals and families. Few academic, yes.
Costa, please conclude in the next few minutes, 2 minutes.
How many? How much?
2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Few academics have used the buzzword governance to research borderlands, and while it has become popular to literature on public administration development, borderland administration is more than just a national government at its age, even though it is never clear. While two neighboring countries may work out complementary trade policies regulating cross-border community exchange and taxation, borderlanders' reaction to such policies bring unexpected effects to original intention of the regulation. In fact, structure and agency frequently interact, influencing one another different ways. Borderland governance in recent times has covered a wide spectrum of connectivity, economic, social, and political. In this context of regional integration, it further encourages local integration within more general international integration. Therefore, physical borders are less important in borderland-based regional integration. Lama furthermore suggests that borderland ideas may transfer various asymmetries into opportunities which may lead to resolution of political economic crises among countries and communities. It is argued that the borderland governance as a framework it is sufficiently inclusive of both state and non-state entities. There is a wide spectrum of issues ranging from economic development to different forms of cross-border exchanges such as trade, investment, marriage, to trans-border human flows from borderland tourism to migration to human trafficking. Border management inevitably affects border legislation and policies that regulate cross-border activity as well as state relations and shape those policies and activities. Despite the many benefits and traditional institutional approaches examining state relations, further research has proposed an actor-oriented approach that speaks to and about those who act within such relations and their interactive dynamics. Hence, we do not just look at the state level acts, policies, border regulation, discourses. We can use a dynamic approach to examine how the different sectors operating the border function interact with each other. Conclusion. The power of borderland is based on the detailed knowledge of topography, social domain, and overlapping scales that allow objects and people to safely navigate borderland. Border dwellers link such flows to cross-border scale projects that are not easily manipulated by state or international entrepreneurs. In other words, global territorialization is best affected by the simultaneously examining state transnational arrangement and transnational flows as complementary arenas of power, profit, and imagination. Too often, researchers on international relations, reterritorialization, and globalization have remained ignorant of the significance of the borderland and therefore border societies from a missing link in their theoretical reflection. The Bengal borderland region acts as a link between regional states and interstate flows. We must find more modest and demanding ways for analyzing the transboundary flows of human interaction, generating knowledge capital and sustainability in terms of utilization of available resources. Therefore, it can be argued that the Bengal border is much more than a periphery of two countries and institutions, or many small events and actions symbolizes cross-border solidarity and common border culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Costa, for bringing our attention to the wonderful body of literature, body of work that has been done on borderlands. It's an interesting scope of studies, and there's been much work. I only wish that your paper would have extrapolated many of these aspects to the existential issues that we have at the border of Bangladesh, and since we are discussing Bangladesh and India in this particular conference, but I'm sure you'll develop that in your next when you're in your paper possibly. Can I now request Ms. Yoshi Chaudhary for her presentation?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Kindly bear with me because I have around 120 slides. So, but I'll try to skip most of the slides and try to finish on time. So, just a minute.
This, while you try and organize, this is for many of the younger scholars here. I mean, I do understand there's much to say, and every conference we are always running against time. So I'm just saying, I mean, try and organize your slide just now. But it's really ideal for a conference like this. Of course, your paper will be in details. It's kind of summarizing the paper in a conference like that, because it's really impossible to go through all the slides. Okay, over to you, Yoshi.
Okay, ma'am, is my PowerPoint visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Very good evening to all of you. Thank you, Kolkata Society for Asian Studies, for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. The title of my paper is Alpona, Biomorphic Motives Link Women and Their Environment in this Dying Art of Bengal. This is a joint paper by me and Dr. Kuntal Narayan Chaudhary. So I should introduce this topic by saying that women share a close relationship with their environment. Dependent on natural resources for the subsistence in indigenous and traditional cultures, women are ecological stewards who manage and conserve their local biological resources. This paper revisits the biomorphic imagery abounding in the traditional Alpona drawings made while observing Broto rituals by rural women of erstwhile undivided Bengal, namely modern Bangladesh and West Bengal, and the plethora of life forms among the vivid representation of the natural world were analyzed to throw light on the time-tested mutualism between Bengal's rural women and the flora and fauna in the natural surroundings. So this paper was done basically with personal interactions with women in rural, suburban, and even urban setups who still practice this ritual folk art. And some of the secondary sources that were referred to, which includes the pioneering work by Abanindranath Thakur's Banglar Broto and Suhasini Devi's Meli Broto Kotha. So, as we know, the Alpona of Bengal is a ritual folk art of erstwhile Bengal, and this art consists of vibrant imagery conjured out of white lines of pituli, or rice-paste slurry drawn before sunset on the ground in their homes by the deft free hand strokes of rural women in this region. This intangible cultural heritage must have originated from the common efforts of women to allay apprehensions relating to natural vagaries in the change of season and cycle of life. Rice, the staple food in Bengal, is the medium of the art of alpona. The short-grained atop or non-parboiled rice is soaked in water overnight, grounded to a thick paste and soaked in a piece of cotton cloth held in the palm, allows the paste to drip to the fingertips for making drawing on the floor. This is an image of Brotini with her Broto Alpona in the form of 8-petal lotus motif as we see in the ground on her courtyard. Each alpona, we can say, is not like mural or wall or ceiling. Unlike Potochitro, scroll art of Potua community, this popular floor art is practiced by many women in the villages and the diasporas in towns and cities. So this is not limited. This alpona is not limited to any particular deity, but a plethora of deities, Manasha, Shitala, Chondi, even tree divinities and sylvan deities are propitiated along with Lokhi, Hori, Kali, and others. So even tribal people worship indigenous deities such as goddess Kukkuti in Chota Nagpur, and they also draw this alpona. The Muslim worship peers or Sufi saints such as Shottapir, and they also draw the alpona. So it was Abanindranath Thakur who was the first person to conduct an in-depth study of Bengal's art of alpona in his seminal book Banglar Broto Kotha. He considered ritual brotos and alponas as relics of indigenous folk religion of Bengal's aboriginal tribes with layers of later influences. And these actually, it is a window into the past which shows varying degrees of admixture of the two distinct streams of Hinduism during the history of Bengal. So this is a classification, the various kinds of alpona that the women draw. Some to ensure children, some it's a fertility to ensure crops, livestock, etc. So, however, along with the brothos, drawing of alpona in its ritual form has declined, which is very unfortunate. However, the art lingers as decoration made during the pujas, wedding, christenings, and even secular festivals such as Poila Boishak, Bhasha Dibosh, with color, permanence, and complexity, alongside modern refinements such as use of paint and brush. Nandolal Bose and his daughters Jamuna Devi and Gauri Bhanjo perfected this art into distinctive Shantiniketani Gharana. This is Shudhi Ranjan Mukherjee, former professor at Vishwabharati University, drawing Alpona at Shantiniketan. This is Alpona Gram or Alpona village in Tikoil village in Chapainaganj district of Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, Alpona is also used on large scale as street art to celebrate Bhasha Dibosh or Language Day. So, as we know, it is a feminine art and it is confined to the seclusion of domestic space as something that is deeply personal in an agrarian setting. Each time a daughter or wife piously performs a broto, she recites a kotha after drawing an alpona on the ground with motifs drawn inspired by natural and cultural objects surrounding them. With deft fingers, simple and flowing lines of rice paste intersect to take shape as complex imagery in the private space of homes with diverse motifs, having unique abstraction and inimitable stylization that distinctly reverberate the feminine perspective in the subsistence mode of livelihood surrounded by the luxuriant environment of Bengal. Sometimes the women observe a common broto engaged in drawing the alpona collectively. In between extinction and evolution, this enchanting mixture of the primeval and the modern holds clues to the cultural and environmental history of a society, including the emerging academic theme of women and nature. Field studies and review of literature reveal the following prominent Broto Alponas made by women. So Lokhi Broto Alpona, it is dedicated to goddess Lokhi or Lakshmi, who personifies rural wealth and prosperity. It is popularly known as Kojagori Lokhi Pujo in this part of South Asia. Her main festival is observed on autumnal full moon night, a few days after Durga Pujo, after the rice harvesting season in Ashin. This alpona is drawn on the floor where her idol and ritual objects such as kolosh or urn and offerings are made to her are placed. It uses motifs such as lotus flowers, rice ears, vines, owls, and footprints of the deity herself. So this is the Lokhi Broto Alpona. We can see the lotus motifs. We can see the various biomorphic motifs together.
Dr. Suyoshi, actually, I didn't stop you when you were speaking, but your slides are not moving, so we're not able to see what you're saying. But it's all, I mean.
Oh, is it?
We can see the the main slide, and then but it hasn't.
Just a second.
You just have 5 more minutes in any case.
I can understand.
Actually, you would have enjoyed seeing the.
I know this is full of images, man.
Yeah.
But
it's always a problem. This virtual world is has its issues.
Just. So maybe I'll just not run the slideshow. Is this visible? The Shejuti Broto?
Yes, Shejuti Broto Palpana. Yeah.
Okay. So this is another. I'll just show the picture of the Lokhi Broto Alpona. This is the footprint of the goddess Lakshmi and the various lotus motifs and the biomorphic motifs. This is another Shejuti Broto Alpona, which is a worship of the goddess of dusk. It is mainly done by young girls in the evening of Agrayan, November, December. This is an educational tool for child to identify the objects, including biodiversity among them. This is the Alpona drawn on the Shejuti Broto after performing the Broto. There is also another Novanno Broto Alpona. This is also drawn in November, December, when the paddy harvest has been brought home. The auspicious corn shells are primarily used in drawing this alpona. Lakshmi's footprints, rice ears, farming tools, and draught animals are also represented to recreate the sacred space agro ecosystem of paddy field in the courtyard. So I'll just skip all the. This is very interesting. Punnipukur Broto Alpona. It is drawn by unmarried girls at the peak of summer in Boishak, where most of the water bodies dry up due to intense heat of the sun. The goddess is invoked to keep the life-giving ponds or pukur filled with water and keep the soil moist and fertile to support natural vegetation and crops. Lotus creepers, rice ears, birds, and sun are drawn in the courtyard or garden around the square ditch. So this is the Punnipukur Broto Alpona. I'll just skip. This is very interesting. This is called Prithibi Broto Alpona. Doshputul Broto Alpona. So this is a very interesting thing which is done on the. This is a broto which is done on the day of the Shoshti or Jamai Shoshti, where we can see Shoshti cat is the representation of Ma Shoshti. So there is Monosha Broto Alpona, and the snakes are common in this part of the world, and this poisonous animals are common during the monsoon floods, where goddess is propitiated for protection from snake bites during Shravan. This is a Monosha Broto Alpona. So I'll just have to skip. So Alpona and biodiversity. So rooted in the soil and vegetation of Bengal and flowering in the hearts of her ordinary people who endlessly toil to earn livelihoods by extracting resources from the soil, forest and wetlands, the rhymes of Bengali Broto Kathas and ritual illustration as Alponas express the internal music of earth and the incessant rhythms of life. Profoundly magical religious in intent, this imagery of native floral and faunal elements and even the human form conjures up a microcosm of macrocosm at the doorsteps, on the courtyard, and inside the homes of rural women whose lives and livelihoods are inseparable from the environment that sustains them. So a very common depiction is the lotus. So which is we can see in the different alponas. Sometimes they are full blown. Sometimes single 8-petal lotus are shown, and it is mainly used in the Lokhi Broto alpona. This is the full blown lotus. Besides, it is. A lot of other also biomorphic motifs we can see in this Shubhatuni Broto Alpona. It has a flock of ducks swimming towards a 4-petal lotus as a symbol of seat of the duck goddess or mother duck. This is again Monochap Broto Alpona, as I have shown that this lotus as a symbol or seat of the serpent goddess with snake swimming above. Prithvi Broto Alpona, it has a large lotus leaf supporting two anthropomorphic divine figures, and from the roots rises 8-petal lotus flower. This is another drawing.
We will need to wrap up in another minute.
Okay, ma'am. Really sorry. I'll just conclude by saying that the history, environment, and culture of modern Bangladesh and West Bengal has rich natural and cultural heritage that are profoundly interlinked. This is manifested in the art of Alpona as ritual folk art practiced by the rural women of undivided Bengal during the seasonal festival. Forced into traditional gender roles in a patriarchal social milieu, the drudgery of domestic chores in taking care of the family is her sole responsibility. The visual poetry of Alpona articulates the thought of the silenced mind, and this ritual art of ordinary rural women gives them unbridled freedom for self-expression. So this fading intangible cultural heritage of Bengal still reawakens in rural secluded courtyards or even in urban public spaces. An array of neatly abstracted yet stylized visual art and communication in the form of plethora of biomorphic motifs that reverberate with rich cultural landscapes of both Bangladesh and West Bengal. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Stacy. Sorry to have rushed you. This is, these are the aspects that one misses in a in a conference, because what you highlight, the huge intangible cultural heritage that this region has. And while it is a dying art, but even today, like we find in rural Bengal, as in many houses of Bangladesh, it's still quite visible. Of course, occasionally it's not a daily feature, but I really liked your summing up that it's actually a expression of the a particular community class who were not able to do it other way. So Alpona really found flights of imagination in their restricted lives. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm going to now request Dr. Shravanti Basu for her presentation on poetry performance. Over to you, Shravanti.
Good evening. Let me share my slides. Do I need to open my presentation? I think so.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Good evening. Let me start. I want to speak on poetry performance and Indo-Bangladesh relation, its importance and challenges. So, poetry performance, let me share it. Now, I'm not getting this. Okay. No, I'm not getting.
If you're comfortable, we are happy to just listen to you.
Okay, so I'm not sharing the slides, I'm only speaking. Okay, so actually it doesn't have many pictures, so it won't matter. So poetry performance, what was earlier called recitation, that was developed during the early 19th century in Bengal. And why do we call it poetry performance now, and how recitation gradually became poetry performance? I will just describe it in few minutes before going to the exchange and other things. So that recitation practice started in early 19th century, and that was developed during the British period. Teroso played an important role here. He himself was a very good poetry recitalist, and he introduced the practice of recitation, debating, discussing, and giving arguments in the Hindu college. And this practice was carried out after his untimely demise by the students of Hindu college, and they set up Gyanoparjika Sabha, where these practices were carried on. This was the form that was followed in modern Bengali literature, and that was very different from the Panchali and all other things, the Kathakata, which was there during the medieval period in Bengal. So that modern form of recitation was employed to carry out the rendition of Madhusudan Datta's poem, which was very different from the earlier style. Then with Tagore himself, after Madhusudan Datta, we can come to Tagore. He himself was a very good poetry recitalist, and he established the style of lyric poetry in Bengali literature. And with his lyric poems, there came a different style of reciting the lyric poems. And after that, in undivided Bengal, we had another great poet recitalist, Kazi Nazrul Islam. He set up another style of recitation which was highly motivating and inspiring, and this style was followed by different other recitalists like Pradeep Ghosh, Niladri Shekhar Basu, and so on. Theatre personalities played a major role in the development of Bengali recitation. Now, group recitation was introduced in 1960s, and gradually it became popular. In 1960s and 70s, music was introduced to poetry, and it was introduced in recitation rather by Kaji Shobboshachi, Pradeep Ghosh, and some other recitalists, but they did not use it in a continuous manner. In 1984, Shambhu Mitra performed poems with light and stagecraft in Shishir Mancho, and along with his daughter Shauli Mitra. In 1996, there was a program in Rabindra Sadan, Ek Shandhai Aka Brototi, where Brototi Bandyopadhyay did his first solo performance of 3-hour duration, and there she used light and stagecraft along with music. So along with that, we had another style of performance, that is where choreography and limited theatrical elements were introduced to performance. And it was first done by Shumantra Sengupta. He is the director of Shankhamala. He produced Pratham Partha and later on Taposhi or Torangini. And in this style, and Jalosrot Kathakai is one of the first popular productions and highly reputed productions by him, which use this style. So we can see that gradually what was recitation earlier, gradually it became a different form and an independent form of performing art with other elements of performing art like choreography, music, theatrical elements, etc., stagecraft, light, etc. So, but those elements were used only as supportive elements, keeping poetry, recitation or recital at the center. Now, the term poetry performance, that actually I coined that term from the performance poetry, which was used in USA to describe a specific type of poems which were composed for recitation only, for performing on the stage, and not for publishing in a book form. So here the performance is important, and the group of performers who are performing the poems, they are not the poets themselves. They perform somebody else's work. So I use the term poetry performance. It is this style is practiced, or the recitation poetry performance, whatever it is, that is widely practiced in West Bengal, Assam, and Tripura. And where most we have a good, in Assam and Tripura, we have a good number of Bengali population. Now, here we can say that poetry performers are very unique because they present somebody else's work. In Western countries, poets themselves present their works, and they do not have a different set of performers who will present their works. So in this regard, poetry performers are very unique to the Bengali literature and culture. Now, before independence, the practice was carried on in the undivided Bengal, and that I have described in a nutshell. After independence, Bangladesh, then, and I have also described how poetry performance was developed in West Bengal after independence. Now, in Bangladesh after independence, that was East Pakistan. Then, East Pakistan experienced a ban on Bengali language. So then they protested the ban, and gradually they had the language movement and then the liberation war. The practice of recitation continued, and many poems were written during this period, which motivated people. And after when Bangladesh became independent and was formed, the practice of recitation continued, and gradually they also developed a form which is very similar to the forms of West Bengal, and so we had a similar type of poetry performance in Bangladesh also. Now, there are some common issues and there are some emotions which connect the two regions together through poems. Both West Bengal and also Assam and Tripura, which were the part of Greater Bengal, and Bangladesh faced the aftermath of partition, and that include economic downfall, refugees, shortage of food, etc., etc. So people, and during the language movement and the liberation war, people of West Bengal had a strong emotional support towards the people of Bangladesh, though they did not themselves face the crisis as such. And above all, West Bengal and Bangladesh shared the common language, culture, and food habits in their daily life. So their emotions are common, and poems, like other forms of literature, can connect the two places. Now, the poetry performance, when a poem is written, it can be read, but when it is performed on stage, it becomes more appealing, and that performance can takes the poem more to common people than in the written form. The nature of the audience in both the places include niche and common people, and there is a good number of youngsters. In Bangladesh, the poetry performance is carried out in comparatively smaller auditoria with 300 to 400 capacities, but they have full house audience when poetry performance happens. And in India and in Kolkata, I can say that poetry performance programs are carried out in very big auditoria with 1,000 capacities, and when in both the places, when the performance programs are carried out, poetry performance programs are carried out in an open ground, then the number of audience goes to a higher level. It goes to several thousands. Now, so we can see that poetry performance is appealing to a good number of people in both the places. And poetry conveys emotion, feeling, and experiences that go around our day-to-day life, societal norms, structures, political issues, and so on. And this is one of the importance of poetry performance, because then it can strengthen the emotional bond, emotional attachment. And youngsters are coming in good numbers. So many of them takes poetry performance as their means of livelihood. And like any other performing art, poetry performance can strengthen the bond between people and with common people with individuals, it can strengthen the bond between two parts of the societies. But regarding the exchange of poetry performers, I can say that government level exchange programs do not take place with the poetry performance. Just a minute, please. Okay.
Shravanti sir disconnected. Am I being audible at least? Or
Yes, yes, yes.
okay,
Perfect.
but I think Shravanti's got disconnected. Shamisha, do we move on or?
Yes,
wait
I
for
think
the-
we should move on.
Okay, so we have the next speaker, which is Ritaja Mukherjee. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so
Ritaja Mukherjee. Yes, yes.
uh, okay, so let's somebody has to communicate that to Shravanti. But okay, over to you, Ritaja.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. I don't know if Shravanti ma'am is coming back. Will I be waiting or should I start again?
No, you please start. Shormista, please send her a message. I think she was in the last lap. Maybe, if possible, we'll give her a minute to
Yeah.
conclude. But Ritaja, let's not waste time. You go ahead.
I have decided not to get into a very detailed explanation of my paper. I'll try to be as precise and concise as possible. So, my paper is based on the idea of popular culture. I have named it Ora Thake Odhare, the idea of self and the other, and the everlasting debate of the Ghoti Bangal problem that we have seen from this side of the reactive line. And I have tried to find the relevance to it, this problem in this contemporary times. So this is the basic idea of the entire situation here, is that I felt that this is an Indian problem, and I have viewed that the last generation, I will not call it the last generation, but I will call it the dominant and the mainstream uh, culture has somehow left a lacune, a void between the actual ground reality of this situation, this relationship between these two countries, which have now evolved. I will not say that we have left the partition behind. I will not say that our cultural differences have come at ease. I will not say that our memories, nostalgia, heritage, everything is lost. I will not say the scars are gone. But what I will say is this: both these countries have evolved with time. And let's face it, time has passed. And now the realities of both of these countries are very different. But somehow we do not understand this when it comes to mainstream media or mainstream culture. So what I felt is that the young contemporary connections that have built up has not been deciphered in a particular manner by the mainstream media. So I have tried to find the answer to these problems, like how are the Bati generation connecting to this entire debate that has lasted ever long. Other than that, the idea of the self and the other problem in popular culture, in the light of the NRC CAA amendment debates and whatever had happened pre-pandemic, the havoc that broke out, and after pandemic it weighed down. But what was getting down to the public? Because let's face it, what happens at government level and how it gets deciphered through popular media to the people in ground reality, it is very different. And how people thought, how people processed this information, and what led to that needs to be looked into in order to understand the future of the Indo-Bangladesh connections, and to understand that other than business ties, political debacles, and international problems, what the popular connection, the people to people connection, is actually thinking of, or how it's shaping up. Other than this, I tried to understand that why this idea is an Indian problem, and how the restated realities are not getting communicated to the dominant stream. Why that is happening? So I will try to not present the entire slide, but I will present a very little clip that will probably get us started with the idea that I'm trying to propose here. It's a small clip from the movie, which used to be very popular at a particular time. I don't know how many of us will be able to remember this scene. Is my screen visible to everyone?
No, we can't see it as yet.
Is it now?
Yeah, it's coming.
So I'm just going to play this little clip.
There is no sound.
There's no audio.
Is there no sound?
No sound is there.
Okay, then I will not get into the video because there is a problem of the sound. So basically, this is a little clip from, I think you have seen the visuals. So this is a very famous film, Oda Thake Odhare, starred by Suchitra Sen and Uttam Kumar. And this showed the exact Ghoti Bangal problem at its very core, where the idea of space crisis, financial conditions, culture and customs, nostalgia and heritage, and the problem of language that existed. So I will try to address the problem that existed, the idea that existed, the core of it, and its present condition. First and foremost, the space crisis. The space crisis was the major problem between the Ghotis and the Bangals. First and foremost, let's understand that the Ghotis still have a lot of property here. The old properties that age at least hundreds of years. But when the Bangals came in, partition was happening on both sides. Both this entire area was colonized, so financially none of us were looking after. So when the Bangals moved in, it happened that the Ghotis felt threatened about their job situations, their space crisis. That is fine, but that was where the idea of rented Ghotis giving out rented properties to Bangals. Bangals being the ever-long bad Bharates who stayed over and took over your property, and then you had to fight cases, and then came the phrases like Bangal ke High Court dekhano, because they would run to the court and ask for the property rights. And this was the idea about Bangals during the space crisis. But right now, if we look into it, the Bangals have settled not only after partition, but even after 70s in large numbers. And even now, there are Bangladeshi settlements in India, and they are well-to-do business people who have built land, who have built business. Along with that, we are also understanding the financial situation. Naturally, when people were leaving behind thriving business, great jobs back in the country and coming and moving in over here, they were finding it difficult to find the same financial status as the Ghotis. But right now, that is not the situation. The Ghotis were at many times, as the Bangals said, I'm not taking any sides here, but as the Bangals said, that they are not a very working class. They had property, they had money, and they did not thrive for jobs or financial upliftment as much as the Bangals, which was natural because they did not need it at that time. But right now, if we see that great Bangladeshi people setting up businesses, getting great jobs, getting the same education, they have great amount of property here, thriving businesses, education, in every field they are thriving, they have property, they have money. So the second idea of that teenage suitcase and chotni Asha Bangladeshis do not exist anymore. Third is the idea of culture and customs. It is very natural that Bengal is a huge landmass and it was a wide landmass. So the idea of Bangalis and Hindus is a very ill-informed terminology that is still used very loosely by a large amount of people. While they say Amra Bangali, Ora Amra Hindu, Amra to Bangali, or Ora Musulman, which means people still are not aware of the fact that Bengal is the region where you stay in and Bangla is the language that you speak in, that makes you a Bengali. And a Bengali can be a Christian or Muslim or Sikh and any other religion possible. There are Chinese Bengalis practicing Hinduism, Buddhism in this country, and also there are diverse religions thriving even in Bangladesh, even though it is not a secular country. So this kind of ideas still thrive, and the idea of cultures and customs, many Bengalis have evolved on both the sides. The language problem that we are going to coming to next is also coming into play. Cultures and customs have evolved with time, and these cultures and customs have become a part of a Bengali family. I will obviously give the example of my family. I have lineage both on Bangladesh side and also from West Bengal side, and in my family both Hindu customs of both the sides are practiced, and it's a part of my growing up. And just like any other purebred doesn't exist anymore. Just like any other Bengali middle class family, this is a part of their growing up, and the Bati generation, if we call it, exists not from the past generation of ours. It is not that we are the only Bati generation. It is very difficult to find a person whose all four grandparents are Ghoti or Bangal. It is absolutely impossible at this time. So naturally, Kojagori Lokhi Pujo, as my previous speaker was speaking about, is a part of my culture, is a part of my childhood memories as much as that of a Bengal child's. And this is bringing me to the idea of nostalgia and heritage. It is a part of the Bengali art of living. So it is not that only Bengali is of Kolkata. Sometimes when we are in academic spheres or any place of presentation, we try to be we become very Kolkata centric, very urban centric. But let's face it, Bengali culture does not exist only in these urban spaces. It also exists all over this entire region that we call Bangla, despite of the Radcliffe line dividing us. So heritage and nostalgia is a part of our way of living. So that is not very different on the youths of both the sides. And last is language. The idea of terming the Bangal Bhasha as a comical in a comical fashion is very obsolete now. We are still doing it in mainstream serials and at times in very ill-informed media performances, but it is something that we practiced long back. I'm not saying it was a great thing to do, but it was done. We can see Dinobandhu Mitro's play Shadhubar Akadashi, where a comical character is just termed Bangal. So as if the word is in dehumanizing a particular person just because of his or her language. They are just calling him Bangal. So whatever comes out of his mouth was supposed to be funny. We are compelled to talk about Bhanu Bandyopadhyay. We know that how Bhanu Banerjee, I have just showed a clip of him where he is fighting over East Bengal Mohun Bagan match. These things still exist. I'm not saying that this does not exist, but I can hardly find purely Bangal Bhashas practicing speaking youth in my contemporary society and in my lived experience. I do not even see my mother, who is from the Borishal lineage. She has never been to Borishal. She was born in Kolkata. Even her uncles who were born in Borishal, even they do not speak in that local language. Second, we have to understand that the Hindu Bengalis and the Muslim Bengalis have different ways of speaking. So when you are terming someone Bengal, you need to understand that their way of speaking is not going to match with the contemporary way of speaking that the Bangladeshi citizens have at this point. And right now, I have had the opportunity to study with Bangladeshi students at Jadavpur University, and I have seen both Hindu practicing Bangladeshi citizens and Islam practicing Bangladeshi citizens, and their language, very astonishingly, is this kind of the same. And the Bangal Bhasha that I have heard Bhanu Banerjee speaking in the films is not as same, is absolutely not the same thing that I see on Bangladeshi OTT platform materials or YouTube videos or whatever we are practicing right now. So that brings me to this idea, that the idea of OTT platforms, the Amar Bangla music channel, the Coke Studio Bangla, my favorite YouTuber being Rabah Khan, and Afran Misho, the jokes about Hero Alam, the Bangladeshi YouTubers, the OTT platform. This thing is not getting comprehended. The stand-up comedians, this is not getting comprehended by the dominant culture of the Indian side, I will say, where this Ghoti Bangal fiasco does not exist anymore. What exists is a harmonious bond between two countries who share the language that can be comprehended easily by both the sides, but they are existing as separate entities. I am not letting go of the partition scars. I am not letting go of the memories and the nostalgia and the residual elements that are left in literature, in art, and in media. But I think that we need to recognize that Chanchal Chaudhary's Hawa had actually broke havoc in Kolkata. Nandon has seen the longest line in last 2022 for Hawa and not for any other Bangla film. Let's face it that Chanchal Chaudhary, Jaya Ehsan are very popular faces in Tollywood and in Bollywood. Let's face it that Chanchal Chaudhary is all set to play the iconic character of Meenal Sen on screen now. Let's face it that Kolkata Film Festival had the most popular face, Chanchal Chaudhary. His OTT performances, his songs, his versatility is an important topic of discussion in film societies and in youth festivals, in the Bangladesh conferences, and everything. So, what we are missing is this exact thing that we are missing is the idea of what we are putting into popular culture. If we are not putting forward the differences that have already taken place, the differences that are already there, Bangladesh and India are thriving as two different nations, and the realities have changed. If we cling on to the popular cultures that have passed, if we cling on to the ideas that are already gone, it is very difficult for us to move on and build a people to people connection that this kind of conferences are trying to put forward. What we need to understand is that the popularity among youth, the connection between youth, the idea of social media connecting, content connecting people with people should be there in the mainstream media. Since we are not doing so, what is happening is we are finding this kind of differences if we go through patro patri, those groom and bride,
Rituja, you need to finish, wrap it up now.
just at the end of it. So when we are looking at advertisement for bride and groom required, that is where we are coming to see Khoti bride required or Bangal war required. So this is the idea that we are seeing on Bangla daily soaps that is building up mispronounced Bangal Bhasha, mispronounced Bengali culture that has no touch with reality. And if it is practiced by mass media day after day, it's only going to take us backward and keep us away from the reality. So that was all that I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rituja. I do appreciate what you're saying about the mass media and how the reception to this, But I would actually say, at a larger, deeper context, there has been, assimilation of both the sides in Bengal. And all of us, I'm also, child of that era and that across the border cultural heritage. But I think in India just now, whether in Bengal or elsewhere, it's really left at a very jocular level. I mean, we don't get into any, the cleavages, the economic cleavages actually at that point of time were very sharp, and the resentment, hostility. But over time, I think all of us, as you mentioned, we've intermingled into each other's families and lives and cultural, and all of us bring the best practices to each other. So I think we should take it lightly. And in terms of the entertainment and otherwise, and I think, as you would know, as you mentioned, in Bangladesh, everybody speaks the same language. It doesn't matter which religion you follow. So they don't. But of course, in entertainment industry, I think certain creativity, certain innovations are accepted, and I don't think we need to think so hard and deep about it. And I personally, given the fact that I do have some kind of contacts on regular basis with Bangladeshis, I don't think, I mean, there is a youth connect and there is a youth disconnect also. I mean, I see that, and I don't know whether that's been discussed, because there is a kind of entrenchment that is happening. I think I don't want to bring it onto this particular platform just now. But at the same time, I wouldn't look at this divide of Bangal and Ghotis in a very serious manner at this point of time. Thankfully, in India, there's been a complete assimilation, and the Bangladesh perspective also is much more jocular, and they don't really look at it through a negative, prism. As it's the binaries are different now. So thank you for that. I think we had said that you would want to, Shravanti, would you want to wrap it up? I'm sorry you got disconnected and we didn't want to waste time. So over
I
to
will
you,
wrap it
Shravanti.
up.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm starting from where I stopped. That is the exchange of poetry performers between the two regions. That is mostly that, but the exchange of poetry performers does not take place through the government level. That takes place only through personal contacts and organizational effort from different recitation or poetry performance organizations. And so I could obtain the information about the poetry performers only from the personal interviews, because the organizations also do not maintain very good documents about the exchanges they have. So I'm just giving out my findings. That is, what I found is that the visit of poetry performers of West Bengal and other parts of India to Bangladesh is more in number than that takes place from Bangladesh to India. So I gave some examples, but I'm not discussing it right now. Just to mention that the eminent poetry performers have come here individually 3 or 5 times in last 5 years, whereas the poetry performers of Kolkata went there for 8 to 10 times in the last 5 years, at least 8 to 10 times for the last 5 years. So the group performance, though it is very encouraged and appreciated in both the parts, but that is less invited than individual performers. And I got only 2 information where the groups were invited to come here to do group performance, and also the vice versa. The major challenge is that ICC, or Indian Council for Cultural Relations, does not recognize poetry performance as a form of performing art, and therefore there is no policy for making exchange of poetry performers. The Bangladesh government does recognize the poetry performance as an art form, but due to the policy of India, that government level exchange program is not possible. And since the government level exchange program is not possible between India and Bangladesh with the poetry performers, therefore there is no proper documentation of this, at least in the government level, because it is not done. So basically that is practiced, but on records it is not done. And also there is no quality control, that is also hampered, because if there is some government policies and then people need to get some qualifications and other credentials to enroll themselves or enlist themselves in the ICCR panel. But here the people go only through the personal contacts, and many people with lower qualities can move on, and actually very little exchange takes place in context to in respect to the development of the research form. The social gatherings takes place, social exchange takes place, but very rarely people do serious research work and serious development for the serious discussions for the development of the art itself. So the quality control is not there. So my conclusion, to conclude and to wrap up, I can say that poetry performance is very unique and it is a very unique form of performing art practiced in Bengali literature. What I have already mentioned, that in Western countries, poets mostly do the performances, but here we have a different group of performers who, many of them live their livelihood out of this performance, and they read somebody else's work. So, and the artists visit regularly, either from Bangladesh to India or from India to Bangladesh, but that is entirely a personal initiative or the initiative of the organizations, and there is no government rules and regulations, so proper rules and regulations are required. And from the Bangladesh, there is a problem, Bangladesh side, there is a problem for performance visa, for issuance of performance visa and all these things, which also delayed the process and which also delayed, hinders the process. So artists visit regularly, but it is not very well documented or well written. So poetry performance it is a unique practice, and it can be used as a tool for strengthening the relationship between the two countries, and it needs proper attention and proper care. So thank you.
Thank you, Shravanti. I'm sorry we had got disconnected, but thank you for tracing the evolution of the poetry and the recitation. And I think I really enjoyed listening to you. Actually, these are not subjects that we generally get to hear when we are doing more hardcore subjects. So I actually enjoyed, and I completely agree. But the government on both sides are majorly constrained with funds. There's so many other priority areas really that this kind of gets in the marginal attention.
No,
And
it is not possible. It is not possible also because it is not there in listed. Poetry performance is not in the
is not
list of
part of the, yeah. So I
yes.
think it, though I have seen such performances which happen, which get clubbed with other musical programs. It's just not a
Mhm.
standalone kind of delegation that's invited. So maybe, I don't know, post this, if there's some kind of an effort, be at least that particular sector can be added to the list of other activities in ICCL. I'm sure that can be done. But again, at the personal level and a private level, at the CSR level, these events do happen. But thank you for
Personal level, it happens.
yeah, thank you for bringing attention to this. I think we've now got Professor Mukherjee with us.
Yes, yes, she has
Yeah,
already
okay. So
connected.
can I please invite Professor Mukherjee for her
Yes, yes,
keynote?
madam, please. Yes.
Should I start?
I don't know whether somebody was introducing you, but please go ahead. We are all waiting to listen to you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I would like to thanks Kolkata Society for Asian Studies for inviting me such interesting webinar series. My topic is Gauri Nritya Kolan, Bangladesh. It's based on totally personal observation and expression experiences. Gauri Nritya, an age-old classical dance form of Greater Bengal, which is more than 2,500 years old, present Bangladesh was the part of that Greater Bengal. I reside in Kolkata. I would like to share a few from my experience. As I was attached in teaching profession in Rabindra Bharati University, so I have many students from Bangladesh. One of them was Muhammad Rashid. In the year 2000, I and Amitabh, my husband, the vocal artist, went to visit Paharpur and Borendra Research Museum, Mahastangad, along with Rashid. After Mahastangad, we went to visit Bhashu Bihar, probably 2 kilometers from Mahastangad and at least 4 kilometers from main road. When we completed our visit the site Bhashu Bihar, it became close to evening, no light, no rickshaw. The road was full of mud, and auto was absolutely unknown this subcontinent, both Bangladesh and India. Rashid was started to scream, "Madam, let us move, otherwise we'll not get bus from main road." We could not find any way out. Suddenly, I saw a cart full of chicken was coming. I rushed and stopped the cart puller and requested him. He surprised and stopped. Without uttering any word, I rushed inside the cart. Rashid was astonished and ashamed. Uh, seeing me traveling with a cart full of chicken in cages. That time I was the HOD, head of the Department of Dance of Rabindra Bharati University. After a great silence, he told me, "Madam, today I have learned from you a new thing that no vanity, nothing, nobody in Bangladesh believed that HODs HOD of the university is traveling in a cart which is full of chicken cages. I told him research needs hard work and persistence. There is no space for ego or vanity. It cannot be done lying on golden bed. In the beginning of 2004, two most famous dancers of Nrityanchol Dhaka, Shamim Aranipa and Shibli Mohammed, joined Gauriya Nritya Bharati Kolkata for 2 days. Gauriya Nritya. After they went back, I received another request from them to conduct Gauriya Nritya workshop in the month of May in Bangladesh, Dhaka. I gave my consent and went there with my son Oyen Mukherjee and husband Amitabh and one of my students to train more than 150 students at Nrityanchal, Dhaka. The venue was Shishu Academy from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. for 13 days. And after the workshop today, 2 day program was organized by Nrityanchal. First day, we performed Gauriya Nritya, and the day two, Tagore's dance drama, Chitrangada, was staged by the workshop students in Gauriya Nritya style. Music and vocal support was given by famous vocalists of Bangladesh like Sadi Muhammad, Shama Ali, Lili Islam, and many others, apart from my husband Amitabh Mukherjee. I had one request to make. I want to visit Chattogram Moinamuti. I was overwhelmed to visit the museum and monastery. The sculptures of Palasena period displayed in Paharpur, Mahastamgarh, Moinamuti Museum, which helped me to reconstruct the Gauriya Nritya style again. This cultural relation and mingling of both Bengals tell us how we are culturally inseparable, as Gauriya Nritya is the prized possession of both. The land referred to as Greater Bengal before partition 1905 to 1911 from Darbhanga to Tripura Chattogram. What makes me awestruck in the abundance of terracotta temple in Greater Bengal, full of dancing sculptures belonging to post-Chaitanya era from 15th to 18th century, depict how rich Bengal's classical dance tradition had been. In Kantoji Mandir of Dinajpur, Putua Rajbari in Bangladesh, so many places. And in this Bengal, we know Bishnupur, Bakura, etc. One prestigious opportunity of my life worth mentioning was when I was invited by the University of Dhaka to be the Tagore Chair visiting professor. It is under the Ministry of External Affairs. The Indian Council of Cultural Relations, Government of India has deputed me as an academic ambassador in Dhaka University in July 2016. And I served there on behalf of Government of India for 1 year with great honor and actively participated in various activities like seminars, memorial lectures, special lectures, taking classes, writing various articles, books, etc. Tenure of the Tagore Chair was 1 year, but again by the special request to the Government of India by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Dhaka University, Professor Dr. A. Mosso Arifin Siddiq, my tenure was extended another 1 year. So I spent with great honor there for 2 consecutive successful years with various academic and cultural activities. I was appointed as Tagore Chair Professor as Dhaka University Dance Department. But I have also taught in another department too, like Department of Sanskrit, Urdu, Philosophy, etc. Apart from my Dhaka University assignments, I was also insisted by various other institutions uh, for special lecture programs. University like Rajshahi and private university too. I was delivered keynote address and chaired a session in an international Bongovidya Chorcha seminar at Jahangirnagar University, delivered more than 10 memorial lectures in different uh, departments. Halls. Hall means hostel. Uh, it's minimum 2,000 students are staying there. This is a hall, big hall. There's Begum Rukia Hall, Shamsun Nahar Hall, Jagannath Hall, so many. And also in different halls, they organize seminars, sports, and I joined there and they invited me to deliver lecture, memorial lectures. They organize always. It's a excellent experience. I will always remember the day that was rendered memorable by an unexpected gesture by Vice Chancellor Sir. I do not know how he had come to know my birthday, and he arranged for a surprise celebration after the memorial lecture on Begum Rukia at Begum Rukia Hall. That was 9 December 2016, uh, Begum's birthday, and that day is also my birthday. After the seminar was over, taking me to a big room where I was asked to cut a big cake, and everyone wished me. I just surprised. I immediately remember mother's word in my childhood. When other people celebrate your birthday, know that you have achieved something in life. This brought tears to my eyes as I saw scholars in a foreign country celebrating my birthday. It's a rare experience. And I always remember about Tagore, his birthday first celebrated in Moymonsingo by Shailaja Ranjan Mujumdar when he was probably 70 or 70 years old. Another special thing to share, I was invited and attached Bangladesh Shilpokala Academy, Udichi, কুচিকাচের মেলা, বঙ্গীয় সাহিত্য and সংস্কৃতি সংসদ, whose founder secretary is Kamrul Islam, বিশ্ববঙ্গ সাহিত্য চর্চা কেন্দ্র. The founder is Abu Sheikh, Khamkhiali Shobha, Shwanon, etc. In the year 2016, Liaquat Ali Laki, Director General of the Central Shilpokala Academy, a true art lover, arranged workshops and performances of Gauriya Nritya. He also arranged a 2-day-long seminar and documentation of Gauriya Nritya. He introduced 1-year certificate course of Gauriya Nritya. My student Rachel Agnes Peris, she is now teacher of Dhaka University in the Department of Dance. She started to teach there in certificate course in the year 2013. And when I joined in 2016, Shilpokala Academy invited me, and I also taught in that class, in that course. Under the auspices of Shilpokala Academy, dance drama Devadashi Kamala, written by me, was launched. Devdashi Kamala it's a story written in Kalhana's Raj Tarangini of 8th century. Devdashi of North Bengal, Pondravardhan. So Devdashi she was dancing in Kartikeya temple, and one Kashmir king Jayapir just watched, and he fell in love with her. So Devdashi Kamala, written by me, was launched on 18 February 2016, 18, by the students of Bangladesh. After 15-day workshop, they performed. Director General and the then Cultural Minister Asaduzzaman Noor, Zanab Asaduzzaman Noor, were present and watched and appreciated a lot. And as a token appreciation, it was again launched at Shilpokala Academy after 7 days practice by the same students of Shilpokala Academy. It was a special day. International Drama Day Festival started with that dance drama, Devadashi Kamala. It's a remarkable achievement for me. The Cultural Minister and DG, they have ordered, and it has happened. With the team of Gauriya Nritya Bharati, Shatabdi, Acharya, Shubho, Deep Chakraborty, Oyon Mukherjee, and Shomu Bhomik alternately assisted me to conduct a workshop of dance drama, Shidhu Kanurpala, on Shautal Rebellion at Central Udichi, by the order of Kamal Lohani Dada. He was once upon a time DG of Shilpokala Academy, and it was launched many times and highly appreciated. I and my student Shomu Bhumi conducted 7-day workshop at Kochikachar Mela of Gauriya Nritya, and after the workshop, it was launched in their auditorium by Khalid Dada. I, along with my student niece-in-law, niece-in-law Shatabdi, conducted a 7-day workshop on Gauriya Nritya at Shakul Rashid Dhara, organized by Nilanjan Jui Dash of Nritya Shoili Sangstha of Silet, There 150 candidates participated and enjoyed. I was attached with several monasteries, especially Komlapur Monastery, and I delivered several lectures there, and also other monasteries across Bangladesh. I was also deeply attached with Shwanan, renowned group for recitation of Professor Dr. Rupa Chakraborty, and I performed along with her recitation, especially Shurani Shad. Lastly, another important event worth mentioning was Pali Department Professor Dr. Shukomal Borua's proposal to be a co-author of a book. The Indian High Commissioner Harshavardhan Shringla approved and sanctioned, so the book was published by the sponsorship of Indian High Commission, Dhaka, and he was kind enough to add a preface written by him. It was very unusual that High Commission of India never sponsored for publication outside. Therefore, I consider myself lucky to be the co-author, along with the Professor Borua, to the book titled গৌড়বঙ্গের সাহিত্য সংস্কৃতিতে বৌদ্ধ প্রভাব. Another publication, Dr. Selu Basit, PRO of Dhaka University, informed that Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. A. Mosa Arifin Siddiqui, sir, wished to publish my all memorial lectures and special lectures in the form of a book from Dhaka University. But unfortunately, that did not happen. After he retired, Dr. Selu Basit fulfilled this wish by publishing the book titled Bangladeshi Hriday Hote from their publication. This was a brief reminiscing of my wonderful period of service in Bangladesh, where my most prized possession was the immense love and respect I received from so many scholars, many good friends, well-wishers, and overall become an instrument to enhance the cultural exchange between both Bengals. So I want to show a few pictures from that. This is Udichi, where I was conducted workshop for Shidhu Kanurpala, and this is the then Vice Chancellor A. Mosa Arifin Siddiq, and I am delivering lecture in the Department of Philosophy, memorial lecture. Najinda Ajit Trust, they have organized. So, and I'm also performing there. And this is again the freshers welcome by Department of Pali, and I performed there Buddha Churit. And this is Shamsun Nahar Hall. They organized Shamsun Nahar's memorial lecture under the auspices of Dhaka University. So this is 19th March 2017. And also unique photograph. This is, I'm giving lecture, the Bongo Mata, Sheikh Hasina's mother, in memory of her, Bongo Mata, Fazilatul Nesa, Bongo Mata, Fazilatul Nesa, Sheikh Mujib. And it was remarkable for me, and I was honored, greatly honored by them. And my student is dancing. She is now the teacher of Rachel Priyanka Paris or Agnes Paris. She is the teacher of University of Dhaka. And also, one remarkable, I want to mention, a remarkable memory of Rishit Shilpi Goshti. The founder is a very famous singer, the then famous singer, Fokir Alongir. He celebrated 40 years, his Rishit. And probably in the year 2016, 24 December. So I was fractured that time. My ankle was fractured, and I'm feeling, but I can't express. He sent me an ambulance, and by ambulance with crutch, I I can't explain. I just attended that festival And by stretcher, they pulled me on the dais and honored me, the 40-year celebration of Rishit Shilpi Goshti. And I was honored. This is surprising thing for me that a fractured lady is receiving award. So
Did she get disconnected now?
Probably Professor
Yes.
Mukherjee got disconnected.
Yes, yes. I think there are some.
I think she's joined back.
Mhm.
Yes, Professor Mukherjee, we can. I think you'll need to conclude now. We can't hear you. You're.
You are muted.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm honored. And I have shared my little practical experiences. Thank you so much.
This was, I think, one of the wonderful examples of people-to-people connect, and you saw the Professor Mukherjee often being overwhelmed with emotions because of the kind of response that she received from Bangladeshi artists and their organizations. So this is something I think there's a very deep connect, and I hope with time, and we know while the government of course has several initiatives, but and she was also part of one of the government chairs that she held. In fact, at the same time when she was in Dhaka University, we had under Maulana Abul Kalam Azad Institute had signed a MOU with Dhaka University with the Vice Chancellor Arifin Siddiqui, and we had actually for several years conducted a lot of programs. Of course, our programs were a little different, but a lot of academic, and we also managed publications and work. So I think there is every sector is being addressed in India and Bangladesh, and this is again thank you for sharing your personal memory and anecdotes with us. There are some questions in the chat box. I think for Shravanti from Papri. Can you see it? Should I read it out? So far as choosing poems by the eminent performers for recitation of West Bengal is concerned, do you think, being yourself an eminent poetry performer, that reciting poems written in various dialects of Bengal is also necessary to represent Bengal in the true sense of the term? Shravanti, can you hear me? Is she here? Okay, I don't know whether Shravanti is here.
She is here. She is here, but not responding.
Dr. Basu, Dr. Shravanti Basu, can you hear? Are you here?
Any other? There is another question.
Yeah. There is a question for Mofidul Haq also.
Yes. Has the archiving of oral history of partition been done by the Liberation War Museum? Mr. Haq, would you want to reply to that?
Well, Liberation War Museum is very much focused on the on 1971, and there are a lot of archiving on that. But the oral history from Dhaka University, there are initiatives. Meghna Guha Thakurta, she has done some oral history collection of partition. But as memorializing the 1947 experience, we have good contact and relationship with Gandhi Museum, which is a very interesting museum in the village of Joyag, Noakhali, where in 1946, Mahatma Gandhi, when he was walking through the village, the absentee landlord, he actually donated all his property to Mahatma Gandhi, and later on it was turned into a center for rural development following the Gandhian ideals. And also in 1971, that ashram was attacked by the Pakistani military forces. There were brutal killing, but now it has been, it is continuing its work in a very strong way, and we have a good relation with them. And also in our museum, we have documents and newspaper clippings, writings on partition, not focus that much on oral history. But the 1947 partition is very much part of the experience of the society and community. And I think a lot of things need to be done. We are part of a coalition, I mean, connecting with different other museums like Partition Museum in Amritsar. In Kolkata also there is an initiative to establish a partition museum. In Karachi there is a partition archive. All these are civil society initiative. And as I said, that the people-to-people contact is very important. And we are open at the museum also, and we make this appeal to also from India and especially West Bengal, Tripura, Assam, Meghalaya, that if there are documents, there are artifacts, we will highly appreciate if that can be shared with the Liberation War Museum. And also, there are a lot of stories that are related with the partition and with the 1971 experience, especially the refugee experience. So I think a lot of things are needed to be done, and we look forward. And as I said, that people-to-people cooperation here, institutions can play an important role. And Liberation War Museum is always open to collaborate, to cooperate with initiatives to memorialize, initiatives to study, to research, to do research. And also, as you said, it is very important to collect oral story. We have a program to collect oral history of 1971 to the students, to the youngs. We have the mobile museum. It goes to different institutions in the rural Bengal in outskirts. And we encourage the young students to interview senior members of their family regarding the 1971 experience. And now we have more than 50,000 plus eyewitness account of 1971. So we are open for all kind of collaboration and research. And thank you for raising this question.
I just wanted to mention here that, I think various organizations, universities, lots of oral history is being captured. And I remember being part of one program by Comparative Literature, Jadavpur University, who had this ongoing program, and I've been part to that. It was part of a larger program, but India-Bangladesh oral history was also part of that. In fact, recently, the Foreign Ministry of Bangladesh launched one of my books on the Liberation War, where I've actually been able to capture some of the oral history by our Indian soldiers, officers who were part of the war. So I think several attempts are being done, but there hasn't been a consolidation of the work. But it's a work, and I think there's a generation, which is moving on. So I think academia researchers need to jump into this far more strongly and capture the oral memories which we're going to lose, gradually. So I think wonderful work that you're doing, Mr. Haq, and I think in upholding, the moment of history, a milestone in the region, which we should all remember and look up to. Thank you. Do you see any more questions here? Is Shravanti back? Shravanti? No,
Not yet. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see any more questions?
Professor Datta.
Yes,
I just want to thank you and thanks Mofidul Haq. I am Shopna, and you invited me so cordially I could not come. But nice to see you and listen. I have been sitting from yesterday throughout and benefited a lot. Professor Datta was my boss at Maulana Azad Institute for Asian Studies, and I have been going through all her wonderful works. I will write down later on, and I don't know whether you will stay until the valedictory session. Therefore, to you, my pranam, and see you sometime in Dhaka. Thank you so much, Professor Datta. Thank you all. And I have enjoyed, and now I'm looking forward to listen further and share my little I will listen to the High Commissioner who will come, and then maybe I will talk 10 minutes or so. And also, I have sent 3 photographs, which will say a lot. And thank you again, and looking forward to see you in Dhaka. Or if you come to Calcutta, please visit me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shapnadi. Hopefully, I'll be able to stay back for your session also, which you're chairing soon. Do we need to? Are you ready to go into the next session, or how do we do
Yes,
this?
yes.
Okay, so then let me not try and drag this anymore. Suffice to say that the original connect between India and Bangladesh is people to people. And I think all of us engaged in this particular subject should, try every attempt as we can to ensure that there is far more robustness in this relationship. While every other matter will continue business as usual, I think on the people-to-people front, what I find recently, actually, I find the youth a bit disconnected from each other. We've seen that visible even on Facebook and the new media. That's something I think we need to work on a little bit. But this people to people connect will always be the core of the relationship that India and Bangladesh share. They have shared and will continue to share. So I'll conclude with those thoughts. Thank you all for your wonderful presentation. It was a joy to learn about the Alpona and the poetry and everything else that we listened to. Over to you, organizers.
Thank you so much, and thanks all the speakers today we have, and especially thank Madam Professor Sriradha Datta. And so that's the end of this session, sixth session. Over to Shormi Study. Shormi Study, are you there?
Yes, I'm requesting Mr. Baloknath Bhattacharya to proceed for the next.
Thank you. Thank you, the organizers for inviting me to be chairman and moderator of the sessions. Good evening to all. Good evening and welcome to all present here in general and the speakers in particular. Under our 2 days conference on 50 years of Indo-Bangladesh relationship, this academic session is 7th one and the last one also. The theme of this session is optimizing multilateral cooperation, achievement, and obstacles. Since I am both chairperson and the moderator, I am giving here a very brief introduction of myself. I am Baloknath Bhattacharya. I am ex-Deputy GM Finance, Damodar Valley Corporations, presently completely engaged in both literary field and field research in history, heritage, and conservation. Several articles have been published to my credit on the issues related to history and heritage, which includes built heritage, folk heritage, natural heritage, conservation of biodiversity, as well as sustainable development on the basis of my research work. Now to the session. In this session, we have had 4 speakers, all dealing with the economic cooperation between 2 countries and its apparent obstacles. Our first speaker is Professor Gaurav Chatterjee. Now, I shall speak a few words about Professor Gaurav Chatterjee, whose topic is Understanding Changing Face of Consumer Demand and Indo-Bangla Perspective on Food Safety, Security, and Sustainability. In this opportunity, I'd like to say something about Professor Gaurav Chatterjee. Professor Gaurav Chatterjee is a food technologist with a specialization in food safety and quality management, new product development, extraction and purification of nutraceuticals, bioprocess modeling and optimization, food engineering and biochemical engineering. He is presently serving as President, Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, Haldia chapter, and active member of different national committees of AFSTI, India. He is serving as Head of Department of Food Technology, Haldia Institute of Technology, NBA accredited. Professor Chatterjee has been serving as Head Examiner, Food Technology, all subjects, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology for the last 3 years. He has 7 international journal publications and more than 40 international and national conference seminar publications and 10 book chapters under his credit. He is a qualified IRCA approved lead auditor for FSSC 22000. He is a recipient of prestigious CII SK Award for harnessing food safety awareness across West Bengal. He has more than 9 years of teaching and research and food industry experience in the domain of food science and technology. We feel ourselves really privileged to have such a competent personality in our dais as a key speaker. Over to Mr. Gaurav Chatterjee.
Okay, I'm extremely honored. I think I'm audible.
Yes.
Firstly, I'm extremely honored, and I'm keeping my video off to the audience because I have some network connectivity issue. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee, Dr. Archita Ghosh, Soumitra Kumar Bose, and Dr. Arpita Basu. And I should extend my gratitude to Dr. Sarmista Devasu, the Secretary of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies. We are celebrating today here the webinar on a Fiesta of 50 years of Indo-Bangladesh relationship, assessing the varied dynamics of opportunities and challenges, which is very timely organized by Kolkata Society for Asian Studies, understanding the need of collaboration, and collaboration is the key word. So, yeah, I'll just make it short to the audience, and I'll proceed to my presentation. Just audience, you can confirm whether my screen is visible. Yeah, I think I'm visible, right? My screen is visible, right?
Yes.
So thank you so much. So I'm representing here AFSTI, which is the largest community of food in our country, India, expanding our AFSTI over 44 chapters across our country. And I'm holding this chapter, Haldia chapter, being the only chapter, functioning chapter from the state of West Bengal. And I welcome all the dignitaries of the dais from the Department of Food Technology, Haldia Institute of Technology. So this is the campus of CFTRI, which is the headquarter of FSTI, and this is our newly built FSTI office at CFTRI Mysore. So you can see the Haldia chapter. I would just take the laser pointer. Yep. So you can see the Haldia chapter incorporated as 39th chapter in our country, and presently we have 44 chapters, as I mentioned. Our first journey of AFST, Association of Food Scientists and Technology, started back in 1957. Our founding president was one of the key principal scientists of CFTRI, Professor V. Subramanya. Our present president is Dr. N. Bhaskar, who is an advisor of Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, which is FSSAI, one of the apex regulator of our country. These are our few of the journals we publish and magazines we publish. One of the journal is Journal of Food Science and Technology, which is a Springer journal, which comes monthly now with an 5-year impact factor of 3.7. And we also have a Indian food industry magazine, which you can also subscribe. And this magazine comes bi-monthly. So AFSTI as a community works with all the varied network. It includes the regulators like FSSAI, who controls the release of food through an industry or food business operators. We also closely work with food industries. So India presently have more than 7,000 food industries, and there are a lot of opportunities in the startup sector. We have registered more than 500 food startup post-COVID scenario. So we strongly connect with food business operators, entrepreneurs, confederations, different Indian Chamber of Commerce, which includes ICC, CII, BCCI, and many of the other Chamber of Commerce. Then academia and research organizations. certification bodies, food safety scheme owners, and accreditation bodies, and last but not the least, the testing laboratories. These are some of the capacity building initiatives what we are taking from FSTI, from West Bengal, and those building initiatives are mainly related to food safety. As you know that United Nations have this time declared three A's complementing each other. These three A's stands for food safety, food security, and food sustainability. So India as a country with multiple region, a varied demography, so there are different culture of food, and this food safety is one of the key area where we all are working together very closely. At the same time, let us not forget that food security is also a challenging issue, and nutritional security is another important factor here. So we are also working closely with the nutritional security and food security part, and these are some of the flagship initiatives we have taken over the years. Catering different food safety training programs with different food technology students and different food industry professionals, helping them to develop their skills, which is a need of our. Also, we have been very much active in different um activities related to this capacity building with different stakeholders during the COVID situation when whole the world was undergoing a very challenging situation. We have been giving timely training to this food community. So India as a country has a lot of scope, and so has Bangladesh. I believe Indo-Bangladesh, this relationship and this relationship in the domain of food processing has a long way to go, and we have a lot of work to do, mutually understanding the scope of the work from both the country, how we can help each other. And India is a country already implemented 100% FDI in food processing. We are a population of 1.4 billion potential consumers and one of the fastest growing economy in the world. And also we have implemented one tax, one nation, one tax. Globally, we are ranked first, second, third in many of the agro-based commodities and food commodities. Talking about the impact, what we have assessed impact over COVID period, food sector was one of the sector which was very less affected. Food manufacturing sector. So low exposure, in the low exposure category, we found that food sector did really well because the consumption was high also in during the COVID time. Maybe the way of purchase have experienced some changes, but the consumption was huge that time as well. And yes, as reported in many of the reports, food and agriculture sector it has contributed more than 15% of GDP, even that time in India. So government has realized it, and they have taken some, they have done some kind of segregation in understanding and giving priority to different sectors. So food processing sector being one of the prioritized sector by government of India, and there are a few other sectors as well. So these are the some of the area I would like to highlight in my lecture, that these are the areas where both India and Bangladesh jointly can work through collaborations with the help of research, with the help of startups, with the help of technology transfer, with the help of product development, and few I have already mentioned here, that design and development of phytoprotein rich, cost effective, scalable beverage formulation. So phytoprotein is one of the area where a lot of research is focused now in the food processing area, and a lot of food business operators, FBOs, food industry, they are shifting their research focus, their R&D focus towards phytoprotein. Also, let us not forget that this time we have announced uh, uh, 2023 is being announced as the International Year of Millet, and India have raised this request to United Nations, and 72 countries supported India. And this 2023, we're doing a lot of activities related to millet. And millet have been used actually in different forms like ragi, jowar, bajra. These are different forms, and we have been using it maybe in a very unstructured way. Now our government is trying to structure the use of millet and enforcing a lot of policies so that we can use millet in our regular diet. And millet, let us not forget, millet is a minimalistic crop having a lot of health benefit, a lot of protein content, lot of prebiotic, function it has with insoluble dietary fibers it has. So we are focusing on millet-based value-added products. Then low GI commercially feasible ready-to-cook meal formulations, some identification of antimicrobial, therapeutics, bioactives, ingredients from spices, herbs, and their selective extraction methodology. So I have recently visited Bangladesh as well, and I found that in Bangladesh also they are very much into using spices in their cooking, spices in their formulations. And Indian and our spices are very known. Herbs and spices are very known to the whole world, and India does a lot of export of different type of spices. So here also there are mutual opportunities what we can find with both the countries. Then scope of development of value-added indigenous dairy products to boost immunity. You must have seen that a lot of products have come in the market with immunity tag. Many products came with the claim that the immunity of the product is something what we all have to look into, because immunity is not something which you can achieve with one day. It is a long term process. There has to have some specific data which supports your claim. And this is where also we have to start working, because our immunity is very much related to our gut microbiota, and this gut health is very important for all of us. Then also there are other type of products which are also in practice. Like one of the area is packaging, and packaging is something which is very important, especially biodegradable packaging, antimicrobial, innovative, smart packaging materials. And we are doing a lot of research related to packaging also, so that we can extend the shelf life of the product. Some key food industry challenges, I would say, in the digital era, I would highlight, and this is very important. One is being the industry challenge. The one of the challenge what we all are facing, that the whole world has gone towards digitization post COVID, right? And the new age of transparency and authenticity includes the consumer response and the changing phase of consumers. They really behave very differently now. 70% of the consumers are most interested in transparency about products. So what they're consuming, they want to know what they're consuming, what are the ingredients, what are the sourcing, from where those materials are coming. So the whole food chain, the whole value chain is very important here, right? So from the farmer, from the farm to fork, the whole supply chain has to have the transparency. And also the other fact is 55% of the consumers demand more information, as I mentioned, not only related to food safety, but some other aspect like social aspect, environmental aspect, some health related aspects. And those are now the new age, how we have to deal with any kind of product development. Second is the sustainability in the eyes of consumers. So sustainability is really important, and you must agree with me that all the industries are going with the sustainable development goal. They are talking about now the carbon credit. They are talking about now how to reduce the carbon emission through farming. And our government are also taking a lot of initiative in that, how to control the supply chain, how to ensure the quality of the raw material, how would you map the end product shelf life. These are the important informations, and any information you're putting to the packaging and labeling, that has to have a layer of screening by our regulators like FSSAI, and also some global accreditation bodies, right? The third one being the rise of ecosystem instead of linear supply chain. So the supply chain also have experienced a lot of changes, and you must agree with me that a food travels a lot of path. In all the path, you have to secure the food is safe for consumption. So end of the day, the food should go to a consumer without any hazard, any kind of chemical, physical, biological hazard, or any kind of allergen. So these are very important things. And as a food safety professional from the last 14 years, I have always been engaged in different type of projects with industries, startups, academia, and research organizations where we have been working very closely with the hazard management and risk management of industries. Then, yes, there are a lot of IoT based systems which are coming. There are a lot of artificial intelligence applications coming. These are extremely important, and end of the day, the trust is very important. So, for me, in a single line, what is the significance of today's seminar for me? To understand the gap between both the countries, how to assess the gap among stakeholders in both the countries, and how to prepare the uh, future plan. It is not only a presentation. I think there is some background noise coming, so I would request organizers to uh, mute. Yeah, mute everyone. Thank you so much. So yes, so for me, it is more into the gap assessment part among stakeholders, and I'm really looking forward to work with the society. And thank you very much for inviting me. I would be thankful to the organizer if they can take this whole discussion forward, and we can come up with some solution for the society at large, where we understand the gap and the timely collaboration if we can do among stakeholders of both the countries. I think that is the important thing and need of our. The other thing is the outcome-based Indo-Bangladesh collaborations, and this outcome, we can only find this outcome if we can manage the changes. You all
Sir,
agree
please
on that?
wrap up within 2-3 minutes.
Yeah. I'll just mention that. Thank you so much for the time reminder. So, yes, so it is important to understand that how the consumers their behavior is changing over the time. So, post COVID, we have experienced a lot of changes in the market, so as the response of consumers, and this is where we have to understand how to manage the changes. These are some possible research what we are extending from West Bengal or from India. You can say some machine learning applications and AI based applications we are doing. We are also trying to understand some uncertainty in the market through type 2 fuzzy logic systems. Uh, this is one conference coming up. I thought I should focus it. This is a conference we are doing from AFST, that is Oman in Academia, Research and Management, Wormforced, and it is organized by CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicological Research. We are doing it on 24th and 25th of February. You all can join there. This is my last visit to Bangladesh. You can see this is the Department of Chemistry in the Dhaka University, and yep, this is my short informations. If anyone wants to connect me, I would be more than happy to extend my help. Thank you very much for giving me this time. I think I could end up within the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee, for your very valuable and important delivery. In your presentations, we have come to know about various things about AFST and its branches and its activities always. And you have that rightly pointed out that we should cooperate and collaborate in food security and safety with Bangladesh, and for which both the countries will be benefited. And you have rightly pointed out about the millet and its value-added products. So,
Right.
and also last but not the least, you have mentioned the gap and the strategy should be developed, how this gap will be minimized. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav Chatterjee.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Now I shall call, I shall invite Mr. Speaker Shakir Hossain Loskar. Shakir Hossain, is there Shakir Hossain Loskar?
Yeah, I am here.
Okay. Please, Mr. Shakir Hossain Loskar is PhD research scholar, Department of History, Jadavpur University. His topic is Hindutva, CAA, NRC, and Bangladesh. The people, politicians, and media of Bangladesh on New India and Indo-Bangladesh relationship post 2014. Mr. Please restrict your presentation within 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll do that. But I am keeping my camera off because there is some connectivity issue in remote areas. So I would like to present start. First of all, I would like to thank you, Kolkata Society of Asian Studies, for giving me the opportunity for presenting the paper. My paper is a based on Hindutva, CANRC, Bangladesh, the people perception and media perception of Bangladesh about India. But also, I will be giving some overview about the growing Indo-Bangladesh relationship from the beginning. So now I'm going to start my paper. India-Bangladesh relationship enjoy a very great special relationship between these countries. The background, this relationship starts when for India helped the Bangladesh in their liberation war when Bangladesh become independence from the Pakistan, and the relationship grows multiplied by various organizations like BIMSTEC, SARC, BBIN, and going bilateral between the two countries. And they um, but my paper mostly focuses on the relationship after post 2014. You see, 2014 is an exceptional year for the entire South Asia because there is in 2014 we see in India there is regime change. The Modi government of come in India, and also in Bangladesh 2015 14 we see a different thing because in Bangladesh in 2014 the 14 election, the opposition alliance 18 party alliance boycotted the election, and Awami Leagues just what do you say that get an walkover in the election, and they won to 27 seat uncontested, and 127 seat uncontested of and put out the rest of the seat with a little bit of resistance, and the main opposition Jatiya Party of Hussein Muhammad Rashid became the main opposition. And this kind of thing in Bangladesh was a very new phenomena because we see when in the military governance style the people boycott the election, but not in the elected government. So the Bangladesh 2014 we can activate a gate for the 2014. The in the Indian side too, from after Modi government took power, many government program or the laws were passed with can be we can say the contrast in the contrasting side from the Indian Muslim like CNRC and various the love jihad issues, various things of we can say that it against them against or there's some kind of contrast from the Muslim side. So I would like to process the next phase, Bangladesh relationship. I would like to give a overview of the Hindutva, just a sort of overview for the audience. The Hindutva ideology was first popularized by Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. He noted that only Hindus can be considered Indian, as in India is their Pitri Bhumi and Punya Bhumi, while Muslim and Christians' Holy Land was not in India but far off Palestine and Arabia. Savarkar's notion was further advanced by Golwalkar, who was the second Sarsang Chalak of RSS. According to Golwalkar, only Hindus have the right to live in India, while Muslims and Christians should either adopt the Hindu culture or be completely subservient to the Hindu ideals, claiming no extra privileges, not even citizenship right. And the next Hindutva notion, the notion of Akhand Bharat, is however different from the exclusionary concept of Hindutva. Here, Savarkar wanted to bring all the lands, including the whole of South Asia and Southeast Asia, under one Hindu ruled state. The idea of Akhand Bharat was, however, didn't stop there. Savarkar wanted to expand Hindu civilization all over the earth, conquering as much land as possible. The exclusiveness of notion of Hindutva and inclusiveness of the idea of Akhand Bharat, however, is not contradictory. It is complementary to each other. Where in the first place, there will be a master citizenship who would be prepared based on the race and religious identity, of the people. And in the next phase, an Hindu empire would be proclaimed, conquering as much land as possible, including the immediate neighbors of India. From a rationalist point of view, this idea seems a far-off idea, but and there has been no threat in the geopolitical balances of South Asia. But when we conquer the issues in hand, like if India, a nuclear armed state, neighbors that Hitler did before World War II for his idea of Lebensraum to create a breathing space of German people, the situation indeed is a dangerous one. The controversial Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019, which critics and opposition even dubbed as a Indian version of Nuremberg Law or the Israel Laws of Litan, was passed by Modi government in 2019. Although a law that grants citizenship on only basis of the religion, likely the Hindus, was argued even as early as Constitutional Assembly. But the first step toward the CAA Act was taken by the BJP government during the premiership of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. The CA Citizenship Amendment Bill was first introduced in the Indian National Parliament by the ruling BJP alliance, and it was passed in 2019. Uh, the core idea of CA was the citizenship will be given to the Hindus on a nominal, relatively small, less scrutiny. While there is another issue, NRC. NRC is mostly creating a master list of citizens based of the some very well criteria or documents that they are processed. Many people argued that it was only based to exclude Muslim from the Indian citizens. So while apart from setting detention camp for the people who would be unable to prove their citizenship under current legal regime, what will happen to them finally is unknown. If they were to deport or push back to Bangladesh, Dhaka would have to cope with a refugee and humanitarian crisis. The idea of Akhand Bharat is also giving aid to Bangladeshi opposition, including BNP and Jamaat-e-Islami, who are hell-bent of spreading the narrative, anti-India narrative, that India wants to occupy Bangladesh and make it one of our provinces like India did to the autonomous kingdom of Sikkim in 70s. The second part, the Bangladesh relationship, India-Bangladesh relationship, quote, very good. The relationship between the two countries mostly depended on who is in power in Dhaka during pre-2014 phase. Thus, it was always not a good period for the both relationship of India and Bangladesh. The relationship between the countries are mostly marred with feeling of a mistrust and suspicion, which only took an overall positive turn after Sheikh Hasina's League came into power in 2008. The anti-India feeling in Bangladesh was, however, not a new one. This feeling was there even before Bangladesh became an independent country. During the Liberation War, yeah, the Bangladeshi army, the Mukti Bahini, Mukti Bahini commanders who are defected from the Pakistani side, always said that India is discriminating against them in terms of arms or ammunition, and India is giving better favor to the Mujib Bahini, the arms wing, somewhat arms wing of Awami League. However, the Mujib period saw various many good outcome of the India-Bangladesh relationship, like Joint River Commission, the India-Bangladesh Treaty of Friendship, Indo-Mujib Pact, all over this side. But situation drastically changed after the assassination of Mujibur Rahman during the successive military regimes of General Ziaur Rahman and General Hussein Muhammad Irshad. Relationship between the countries suffered a huge headback. After the democracy established in 1991, BNP came into power, and then Awami League came into power. But BNP Jamaat alliance against came in power in 2001, thus making the decline of Indo-Bangladesh relationship. In this period, we saw many Indian successors of terrorist organizations like ULFA, NDFP, and others got settled in the Bangladesh. However, the situation changed after 2008. Sheikh Hasina come into power. ULFA and NDFP leader were most of them arrested and deported to India. So next phase, I would like to tell what is the good came into the relationship. The relationship. Become a very took a positive toll after Sheikh Hasina come into power. We can say that India-Bangladesh foreign development grants around most of our $8 billion in total up to 2019 according to the Indian High Commission report. Many Indian-aided projects like Agartala, Akoura Railway Link project are aimed to transfer the infrastructure of Bangladesh up to the international standard. Bilateral trade between the two countries also witnessed unprecedented growth, with Bangladesh exporting products worth $1 billion to India, and India's plan to expand the network of checkpoints equipped with high-end quarantine facilities, storage facilities, etc., etc. The trade relationship between the two countries improved more than ever. India has also aimed to improve energy sector of Bangladesh during the visit of PM Hasina in 2019. PM Hasina, a $9 million investment in the energy sector was signed. Due to the close cooperation of the two countries, currently Bangladesh is importing 1,160 megawatt electricity from India. Also, both countries have established grid connectivity to share electricity. India and Bangladesh are currently working on developing sub-regional organizations like BBIN in Lico with Nepal and Bhutan to strengthen their relationships further. However, even all this healthy development in anti-India feeling in the socio-political space of Bangladesh is still very high. The anti-India feeling was there. The anti-India feeling in post 2014 mostly was 14, or we can say post 2008 mostly were fueled by the BNP and the Jamaat Islami. And after the ban of Jamaat Islami, however, the situation does not change very much, because it's the Islamist of the Bangladesh, mostly Hepazat Islam or Niyaz Islam or the various. In this situation, I would like to say that there is a concept of waz mafil in this is a Islamic religious gathering when people talk about religion and the ethos of the society. But currently, there is current trend that the waz mafil is becoming a part of mostly saying spreading or ideology of anti-India. There is many anti-India slogan is there, and this kind of situation also become foreign by the option taken care by Modi government here, because when there is NRC, there is CUA, there is a attack against Muslim. This kind of situation also become melt in the Bangladeshi sector. The anti-India sector of anti-India feeling also came into from the another many other perspectives, like river sharing in the Tista River when Mamata Banerjee didn't come on board, or if I can say the BSF over enthusiasm in the border and killing of Bangladeshi people in unprecedented level.
2 more minutes.
Yes. Okay. I'll just wrap it in this. The bilateral relationship between the two neighbors like India and Bangladesh could have two kind of scenario. In the first case, both nations will enjoy mutual prosperity if both nations will follow a liberal and pluralist policy. And in the second scenario, both nations will engage in a diplomatic and armed conflict if one nation follows a repressive policy towards its ethnic minority. In its present situation, following CIA NRC, the Indo-Bangladesh relationship could witness the second scenario. The ruling party of India, when BJP sees India as a Hindu nation, people belonging to the other country are outsiders. The ethnic notion there is the main doctrine of Hindutva. To build a nation with the order, the ruling regime is element of performing ethnic engineering against the country. This type of ethnic notion, according to Warren Eiffel, is a new idea at all. According to him, the achieve their objective, the dominant ethnic class appropriates the state apparatus and attempts to structure the political system, public institution, and state
Please,
culture
Oscar.
to further to its control. Yeah, you're saying something?
Please
Hello.
wrap up. Please wrap up.
Okay. The CINRC policy could have a huge impact on the thriving Indo-Bangladesh relationship. For starter, an Indian anti-Indian stand, which is still already high in Bangladesh due to aggressive Hindu policy of the present Indian regime, could further intensify. The anti-Indian sentiment would simply play at an BNP Jamaat alliance, which could dislodge the Hasina government, and impact of Hindu community of Bangladesh would be catastrophic, which is worst at a glance during the recent anti-India rout of Bangladesh on the event of Durga Puja. Indian investment and its dominant position in the economy of Bangladesh could suffer in long run. On the Indian side, the economy would suffer in Bangladesh boycott of health tourism and education sector, which earns substantial foreign currency from the Bangladesh tourists. Indian government plans to connect it northeast state through Bangladesh could take a step back. The high point of bilateral trade could also suffer in the long run and could directly help India in one geopolitical rival China. In China already displaced India from the dominant position of Bangladesh economy, and growing strategic opposition between Bangladesh and China would become much larger geopolitical dilemma for India. In conclusion, we can say that Indo-Bangladesh relationship between after post CA and post COVID depend on the variables of the domestic political variables of two countries. India, whenever there is anti-Muslim repressive policy, it is bound to affect in Bangladesh relationship. And in Bangladesh, the relationship between India and Bangladesh will depend only whoever in power in Dhaka. If Malik stays in power in Dhaka, it will be continue as is as well. But when it Jamaat or BNP come into power, then there will India side there will be a worry. And I'll like to end my lecture here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shakir Hossain Lashkar, for your very useful and timely presentations. You have discussed about the Indo-Bangladesh relationship from the very beginning. It has various ups and downs regarding regime changes both in India and Bangladesh. And you have very aptly discussed about the social status, social changes, social upheavals in both the countries, as well as the economic bond that is strengthened between Bangladesh and India in various sectors. Thank you. Now, I will request Mr. Arnab Dasgupta to present for presentation. He is Assistant Professor, Stage 2, Department of Political Science, Chandanagar College, West Bengal, India. His topic is recent trends in Indo-Bangladesh relationship in search of stability. He has discussed about stability. Now, over to Mr. Arnab Dasgupta.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm audible enough. Am I audible, sir? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Arnab Dasgupta from Nagar College. My topic is recent trends in India-Bangladesh relations in search of stability. Now, India's relations with her eastern neighbor has been a checkered one. With the emergence of Bangladesh, India achieved a convenient strategic imperative in the broader region. However, nationalist sentiments and Islamist ascendancy in Bangladesh limited that imperative. Recently, during the visit of the Indian Foreign Secretary to Bangladesh 2 days back, India reaffirmed its support for wider and deeper development and economic partnership with the country. This is in line with New Delhi's neighborhood first policy towards India's largest...
Due to time's constraint, you should restrict to 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay, sir. I'll be brief. So, neighborhood first policy towards India's largest trading partner as well as top development partner in the region. Nevertheless, the stability factor in the domestic politics of Bangladesh has been a prime determinant in bilateral relations with India. Weak democratic credentials of the domestic politics in Bangladesh have laid emotive political issues to the fore. This has been done by the vested interests to destabilize bilateral relations. With the reintroduction of democracy in the 1990s after a prolonged struggle, things began to take a positive direction, although at a slower pace. Democratic governance in Bangladesh has more or less been successful in addressing the domestic political vacuum. Continuity of democratic leadership has re-evaluated relations with India. The Ganges Water Treaty or the Land Boundary Agreement in recent times can be cited, for instance. New Delhi, in turn, has become more attentive towards the sensitivities of Dhaka in view of the security parameters, both external and internal. Trade and commerce have increasingly been taking the lead in bilateral relations, sometimes surpassing the thorny political issues. The democratic politics in states like in other neighboring states like Nepal has resulted in an unstable relationship with India. Bangladesh, on the other hand, has a less diverse domestic politics. The continuity of one dominant party system in Dhaka has been convenient for New Delhi to come in terms with the government of the day to resolve important bilateral issues. However, there are two important domestic factors which should be kept in mind. One is the sizable population of Hindu minorities in the country, and this sizable population of minority population has somewhat saved Bangladeshi nation from being a monocultural political hotbed, the way Pakistan has become. A further reduction in the Hindu population or grievances of the Hindu population would render on the ground, the grievances on the ground would render the country a fatal blow in terms of socio-political milieu. And the second one is corruption. Corruption in the developing economies has also been a virulent political issue. Bangladesh, with a single dominant party system, which it has nowadays, should remain ever vigilant over this issue. Long and continuous rule by a single party and absence of formidable opposition would only make things worse. Now, in view of the paucity of time, as the chair has commanded, so I'll be brief enough. Now, there are some issues concerning Bangladesh which India allegedly downplays. Number one is the Rohingya issue. Number two, Tista River water deal or other river water deal, river water issues with regard to other rivers. There are many rivers, cross-boundary rivers. So that is another issue. And the third one is the balance of trade issue, which is tilted prominently in favor of India. On the other hand, there are issues concerning India, which Bangladesh allegedly downplays, is the recent disturbances in the CHT or Chittagong Hill Tracts, the simmering crisis of the Kuki-Chin Mizo communities living in the Chittagong Hill Tracts has the potential to create problems in the bilateral relations. Recently, the Zoe Reunification Organization has urged Prime Minister Modi to intervene in their favor against alleged state policy of extermination by the Bangladeshi authorities in the CHT. The second one is the transit corridor issue to the northeast from India's mainland India to the northeastern part of India. And the third one is, again, very important, China's overreach towards Bangladesh. Dhaka, I would like to elaborate on this point, that Dhaka has good relations with Beijing, but when it comes to New Delhi, the strategic cooperation is disproportionate. The recent economic debacle in Sri Lanka might be an eye-opener for India's South Asian neighbors. Bangladesh has realized the benefits of growing together with India. Trade relations have improved over the years. As a result, the case of Sonadia deep sea port, which has been cancelled by the Bangladeshi authorities, can be cited as an example. And the fourth issue was, is the NRCCA, which has, again, great potential to create issues in bilateral relations. So, being brief enough, in conclusion, we can say that India would be cautious in displaying open support to the Hasina government because of domestic sensitivities in Bangladesh. However, New Delhi would be really interested in having a close friend on the driver's seat in Dhaka. Nevertheless, whichever party comes to power in Dhaka after the elections, whenever it takes place, New Delhi would have to display enough political maturity to deal with them, keeping in mind its own national interests. Deeper economic ties through enhanced bilateral trade as well as deeper intra-regional connectivity projects have greater potential to propel the bilateral relations forward. That requires a stable government in Dhaka, irrespective of political hues, with an objective to pursue the goals of economic development and regional integration. That's all. Thank you. I look forward to have questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. Your presentation on India-Bangladesh relations, recent trends in India-Bangladesh relations veered around the stability factor, as well as the good relationship between India and Bangladesh, which will go a long way in development of Bangladesh, irrespective of the regimes in both the countries. So you have also pointed out both the relationship of Bangladesh between China and India. You pointed out that how Bangladesh has dealt with the China vis-a-vis India. This is very intelligently Bangladesh has dealt with both these countries for their own development. Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta, for your very important and insightful discussion. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I will invite Professor Aki Shen Sannal, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science and Basanti Devi College. Her topic is Indo-Bangladesh Energy Nodes, a Critical Insight. Over to Aki Shen Sharnal.
Thank you. Uh, uh, Before beginning my paper, I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to present my thoughts in this forum. The title of my paper is Indo-Bangladesh Energy Nodes, a Critical Insight. Uh, Before dealing with the Indo-Bangladesh energy nodes, I would like to begin my presentation on with some highlights on India's recent budget placed in February. One of the leading newspapers very interestingly described this budget as the uh, as a budget which has the potential to introduce policy that can power good through societal, environmental, and economic values.
Professor Sen,
The Union
just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, please restrict.
Yes, sir, I understand. The union budget of this financial year focus on improving the quality of life for the soon to be largest population in the world and has adopted multi-pronged approaches to economic growth described by the time Goti Shokti. The International Energy Agency, this is just, I place these ideas as the introduction before I go to the main discussion. That coal demand of India is to rise steadily to 1 to 20 million tons in 2025, with 92% of this going into electricity generation. Thus, electricity has become the backbone of the future energy system. Hence, it becomes imperative for the nation to switch to greener generation. The investment in renewable energy in India is about $10 billion in 2023. India has recently announced transmission system for the integration of over 500 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030. And I would also like to mention certain
What happened?
Sorry for the inconvenience. I would also like to mention three terms interestingly used by the central government that we have entered into an Amrit Kal, and they have identified 7 targets as Shaptarshi, among which one of the target is green growth. So with this, I would like to harp upon the Indo-Bangladesh energy node, which is actually strengthening India's perception of energy security through bilateral trades. Now, India and this energy issues, what are the focus of this energy relationship? This is an effort to expand bilateral relations and cooperation in various sectors, depending cooperation in the areas of power and energy connectivity, where both the countries agrees upon the projects of friendship, Indo-Bangladesh friendship pipeline, the Moitrey super thermal power project, the framework of understanding on cooperation in the hydrocarbon sector, streamlining investments, promoting hydrocarbon connectivity, technology transfer, joint studies and training, focus on cooperation in energy efficiency, clean energy, including biofuels, and strengthening sub-regional cooperation, including Nepal and Bhutan. So, the energy issues includes almost all the possible avenues available to both the countries. I will start with the power sector because it is the most important ground of relationship. Both the countries are having a very good uh, uh, energy relationship vis-a-vis power sector. The main mechanism is the joint steering committee or the joint venture joint working group mechanism, and these through these mechanisms both the countries tries to stop the progress of implementation of the decisions taken during the different meetings. Now, this Moitrey super thermal power project installed at Rampal, it is it um, creating a greater cooperation in power and energy. Foreign Secretary recently, Vinay Katwa, visited Bangladesh to visit his counterpart, Masood Momen, during February 15-16, prioritizing India's neighborhood for first policy. Bangladesh is India's topmost development partner and its largest trade partner in the region. Indo-Bangladesh 1320 megawatt coal-fired Moitri Thermal Power Plant is a joint venture between National Thermal Power Corporation of India and Bangladesh Power Development Board, developed at Rampal in April 2017. Agreement for generating and supplying 3600 megawatt electricity were signed between the public and private companies of the two countries. Energy sector cooperation has seen progress between public sector units such as Indian Oil Corporation, Petronet, LNG Limited,
Please,
and the
madam.
Bangladeshi counterpart.
Please.
The first Bangladesh-India power interconnection was the transmission link between Behrampur in eastern India and the Bharamara in western Bangladesh and was commissioned in 2013. It was a 500 megawatt HVDC transmission link. This was the real option for Bangladesh to balance the shortage of gas in Bangladesh and the increasing power generation costs of gas fire-based load power plants. Today, through renewed partnership, Bangladesh imports 160 megawatt of electricity from India. 1600 megawatt coal-fired power plant in Jharkhand is expected to supply electricity to Bangladesh. Is supplying electricity to Bangladesh since 2022. Bangladesh is also set to import electricity from the plant developed by Adani Group over the period of next 25 years. And in the next is the pipeline project. In view of the centrality of cross-border energy cooperation in India-Bangladesh bilateral partnership, the second project review monitoring committee met in New Delhi
Madam,
last.
Please wrap up.
Pipeline is expected to further energize not only the economy of Bangladesh, also strengthen the relations between the two sides and will help to fulfill energy needs in Bangladesh at cheaper rates. Bangladesh and sir, I have actually my paper has various data. So let's see.
Please omit the data and please restrict you to the bond issue.
According to the Dhaka-Delhi agreement, fuel oil would be transported to Bangladesh for 15 years in the first phase, and term would be extended on the consensus of the country. In 2020, there was a year-on-year increase of 14%, which is an encouraging figure. Setting up this pipeline is in line with the government's effort to create cross-border pipeline route for a far better hydrocarbon transportation network to satisfy growing energy demand in SAARC. The feasibility study network of pipe was carried out by Bangladesh under the SAARC Intergovernmental Framework Agreement for Energy Cooperation. So I'm leaving the hydrocarbon, the biofuel and the natural gas sector due to dearth of time. The main focus of this paper was to highlight the dual policy of the dual elements of India's foreign policy. which vis-a-vis energy security, which deals with the sustainable development and energy security. Through these bilateral trades and bilateral relations, I wanted to focus how India is trying to strengthen up its relationship with Bangladesh, which is a very strategic, which has a very strategic presence, importance as well in India's foreign policy.
Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Thanks a lot for your very insightful presentations. You have discussed about the strengthening of Indo-Bangladesh relationship from the angle of energy security of the country. For establishing energy security, the Hasina government of Bangladesh has executed various bonds, various pacts with India, which also strengthens Indo-Bangladesh relationship. Thank you. Okay, now
Thank you.
time is already
Yes. We are already very late,
very
and
late. So I am handing over to the organizers.
so welcome all to the valedictory session. As the convener of this webinar, I am taking the privilege to introduce the chairperson, the guest of honor, and the valedictory speaker of this session first. Then I shall hand over to the chair to carry on the rest of the session. Our guest of honor of this session is Mr. Andalib Alias, Deputy High Commissioner, Bangladesh. Mr. Andalib Alias joined the Bangladesh Civil Service Foreign Affairs in 2001. Mr. Alias passed BSS, Bachelor of Social Science, Honors, and MSS, Master of Social Science in Economics from the University of Dhaka. After joining the diplomatic service, Mr. Ilyas served at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Government of Bangladesh in different capacities in West Europe and EU, East Europe, and CIS, South Asia, Americas Protocol, even wings, as well as in the Foreign Minister's Office before joining as Deputy High Commissioner in Bangladesh Deputy High Commission, Kolkata. Mr. Ilyas was Director General of Multilateral Economic Affairs wings in Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Ilyas also served at the Permanent Mission of Bangladesh to UN in Geneva, Switzerland, 2005 to 2008, Bangladesh Embassy in Manila, 2008 to 2011, Permanent Mission of Bangladesh to UN in New York, USA, 2013 to 2016, and the Embassy and Mission of Bangladesh to EU, Brussels, 2016 to 2019, in different capacities. Mr. Andalib Ilyas received professional training from Bangladesh Public Administration Training Center 2001 in Sabah and Bangladesh Foreign Service Academy 2002 in Dhaka. He also obtained training on multilateral negotiations from UNITAR, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research in Geneva, Switzerland in 2005. Apart from this, he also obtained training on conflict resolution from IPI in New York, USA in 2015. His area of expertise includes trade and development, climate change issues, migration, LDC graduation, and South-South cooperation. He was chair of the LDC group in Geneva and New York, and worked as chief negotiator of Group of 77 on economic and financial issues on several occasions. welcome, Mr. Elias. And now I am introducing our valedictory speaker, Mr. Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, Department of International Relations, University of Dhaka. Imtiaz Ahmed was born in Borishal, Bangladesh, and is Professor of International Relations and Director, Center for Genocide Studies at the University of Dhaka. Professor Ahmed was educated at the University of Dhaka, the Australian National University, Canberra, and Carleton University, Ottawa. He is also currently visiting professor at the Sargassi University, Beirut. Professor Ahmed is the recipient of the various awards and honors. He has authored, co-authored, or edited 26 books and 8 monographs, more than 120 research papers and scholarly articles have been published in leading journals and chapters in edited volumes. His recent publications are the following edited books: Genocide and Mass Violence, Policies of Singularity, Dhaka Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka, 2019. The Rohingya Refugee Crisis Towards Sustainable Solutions, Dhaka Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka, DRSE University, Center for Peace and Justice, Action Aid, 2019. And Women, Whaling and Politics, Dhaka University Press Limited, 2020. His topic of lecture today is Bangladesh at the rate 50, responding to changing geopolitics. Now I am introducing our chairperson, Professor Shwapna Bhattacharya. Professor Shwapna Bhattacharya, former head Department of South and Southeast Asian Studies and former director, Center for South and Southeast Asian Studies, Calcutta University, had her MA in Sanskrit from the Department of Sanskrit, Pali and Prakrit, Vishwabharati, Santiniketan, and MA and PhD in South Asian History from the South Asia Institute, Heidelberg University. Besides South Asian history, she studied history of Germany and Southeast Asia and was trained in Myanmar studies. Her PhD dissertation is on land grants and state formation in early medieval Bengal, 5th to 13th century CE, and post-Carolingian Germany was supervised by Professor Hermann Kulke and Professor Dietmar Rothermund. The PhD program was sponsored by the Frederick Ebert Foundation, Germany. She passed exams in German, Latin, and Myanmar language. From 1986 to 2017, she taught South and Southeast Asian history, politics, religion, and regional cooperation in her own department as well as in the postgraduate course in Human Rights Department of Buddhist Studies, Department of History, Institute of Foreign Policy Studies of Calcutta University. In recognition of her service, the University of Calcutta honored her with the title Eminent Teacher in 2018. Shwapna Bhattacharya is author of 3 books on Myanmar and 3 books on Bengal. One of the Bengali books is a translation of an original German work. Her published article published nationally and internationally in academic journals, volumes, conference proceedings, numbering around 65, address, among other themes, the history of the Rakhine State of Myanmar, India-Myanmar relations during the British colonial rule, art, culture, and continuity in Bengal-Myanmar relations, knowledge-based encounter between the Romano-Germanic world and the Hindu-Buddhist civilizations, Myanmar cultural model in Northeast India and Southeastern Bangladesh, polymorphism morphism within Islam, Buddhism and Hinduism in Myanmar, Bangladesh, Eastern India, Buddhist pilgrimage and pilgrim sites in Myanmar, Bangladesh, India, Rabindranath Tagore and Indian thinkers in Myanmar, and constitutional democratic experiences in Myanmar. Her latest book is entitled Rabindranath Tagore and Myanmar, India's Active Policy and India-Myanmar Relations. Welcome, Professor Swapna Bhattacharya, and our guest of honor, His Excellency, Mr. Andalib Elias, and our speaker, valedictory speaker, respected Professor Imtiaz Ahmed. Please, over to our chairperson.
Am I audible? Can you hear? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, you have to say here. Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that we are quite late welcoming our guest, His Excellency and Professor Ahmed. I would like to just add that since time is limited, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes each, and then I will just share a few words. Yeah, is it okay, Sharmishta? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. I think then we can start. It is, of course, I have to add that I have been sitting throughout the days, yesterday and today also, and I feel honored to see many eminent guest speakers, and also my student Ochita, whom I groomed in Bangladesh study, and I will share my own words, a few only, my involvement with Bangladesh right from the time of Mukti Juddha throughout the period. Now I am 70, and I am very happy and feel very proud that Kolkata Society, to which I am associated right from the beginning as advisor, has made such a wonderful program. And now I invite His Excellency to share his thoughts with a forward-looking spirit, as I see in the... he will be speaking first. Sir, please, I am happy to see you and greet you. I knew your predecessors and many of your friends from the diplomatic service. They call me Didi. So can I call you also Bhai? And thank you very much. Please.
Thank you so much, Didi. Can everyone hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. Lovely. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this very important event. I see my very respected teacher, Professor Imtiaz Ahmed here. In fact, he is teacher of all of us, all the foreign service officers of Bangladesh. We all are his students. It's wonderful to be with you here. And I'll not take much time because today I think we should all listen to Professor Imtiaz. I'll just first of all express my profound thanks to Kolkata Society for Asian Studies for arranging this event. It's a very important event. We are at a critical juncture in the global scenario. I feel a bit intimidated in front of Professor Imtiaz if I go into details on this issue because that's not my area of expertise. Just I'll focus on the, broadly speaking, India-Bangladesh relations. The relations that was built on supreme sacrifices, on blood and sweat, 52 years ago in 1971, when we fought our great war of liberation, and the war where we got the support of Indian people that we will acknowledge always. The supreme sacrifices made the Indian armed forces, and the great cooperation, guidance, advice by the government of India, of course, we remember gratefully. And about Indian people, I should not say anything, because what they have done for us at that very difficult times, every family in Bangladesh always will remember that. Moving forward, during the last 5 decades, there were ups and downs in the relationships. That happens between any two countries, that happens between neighbors all the time, that happens between friends. We are happy that now we are past the down times. We are on a steady upward curve. The relationship that we very fondly say Shonali Odhai, we are passing through that, and that Shonali Odhai is not only continuing, it's getting stronger. That's very important to this moment. It's very important to continue with that upward momentum, because globally we are seeing a lot of turbulences, and in this turbulent time, it's more important than ever to stand fast side by side. And I'm happy that the two governments of India and Bangladesh are doing exactly that. Of course, there are hiccups, there will be speed bumps, but it's on us how we avoid or smoothly cross those bumps. And from our side, we are always committed to ensure that the journey is as fast and at the same time as comfortable as possible. Regarding the current global scenario, we again are deeply engaged with India on how we can overcome the issues that we are facing. In some issues, we are facing more difficulties than India. In those areas, we are talking to them, and vice versa. We are very closely working with India on the issue of, Sir probably may touch on this issue. I don't know if he will. Rohingya issue is one of the areas where we are closely engaged with them. The Indian Foreign Secretary visited Bangladesh very recently. Day before yesterday, there was the Foreign Office consultation between the two foreign secretaries, which is very important in our system. The FOC, we call it FOC, Foreign Office consultation. That's the regular process between the two foreign offices, where we talk about the entire gamut of relationship. All the issues are discussed in the FOC. So the FOCs are being held very regularly. That's a very positive step that we are always engaged. I don't remember the exact figure, but probably it's 79. We have 79 working groups on different issues. So that covers almost everything. And everywhere we are engaged. Just 2 days ago, there was this meeting of the working group on Sundarban, just for an example. So from the area of water to land boundary, these are broad areas, issues like the environmental issues like Sundarban, environmental issues like river erosion, all these areas we have. Of course, commerce and trade, those are very important issues. We have the working groups where we work together. On 14th of February, today is 17th, 14th of February, there was a very intense meeting on the issues of different projects that are going on between the two countries. The meeting was held in Dhaka, where senior officers from Indian side, mostly the Foreign Office senior officers, they were present there to discuss and take stock of where we are standing on different implementation of the different projects, and what are the obstacles that we are maybe facing and how to overcome that. So through these constant engagements, I would say that's very important for a relationship to remain strong and to remain and to get stronger. It's most important to have the constant engagement, and that's where we take pride of that with India, Bangladesh, and vice versa. We are constantly engaged. Imtiaz knows that in the Foreign Office, the busiest wing is definitely the South Asia wing. And the DG South Asia, 90% of the time is busy with India among all the South Asian countries. The 10% probably he can have time to devote to the other South Asian neighbors, but 90% of DG South Asia's time is devoted to India. In the same manner, in Indian Foreign Office, Joint Secretary PM is almost fully busy with Bangladesh issues. For any issue, we instantly take it up with them. We recently had consular meeting where we again discussed the issue of movement of people, the connectivity. Connectivity is becoming very strong topic of discussion now. Even in the present scenario, all the time referring to the global scenario now, but in the present scenario, connectivity is becoming a stronger issue now, particularly with implementation of this series of mega projects in Bangladesh that are now coming into fruition, how that will affect India to reach to the ASEAN, how Bangladesh can become a hub in that context. That's becoming a strong topic of discussion between the two countries. Already, there has been different engagements with Bangladesh regarding movement of products, and even people from India to the northeast side through Bangladesh. Recently, we had this grand opening of the river cruise, right? The longest river cruise in the world, 52 days river cruise. I don't know if people will get bored or not. 52 days of river cruise that started from Varanasi. It will end at Dibrugarh, if I'm not mistaken, or Silchar. It's Dibrugarh. 52 days. Dibrugarh, right? Going through Bangladesh, right? So 5 states of India, and then going through Bangladesh and Meghalaya and Assam. So this is also a very important thing of people-to-people contact and connectivity. People-to-people contact is a very important thing here. Trade and commerce and everything can go up when there will be people-to-people contact, and vice versa. So trade and commerce has always been there. After joining here as the Deputy High Commissioner in last April, I have completed 10 months here. This is one area where I have focused on how to increase trade with India. And when I'm focusing on that, I see the importance of creating this people-to-people contact and nurturing it more. And that is why we are, even during this time of austerity, we are organizing event after event, like the Bangladesh Film Festival, like the Bangladesh Book Fair, like the 3-day Bangladesh Bijoy Utsav. We are coming up with Bhasha Utsav in a couple of days, followed by 3-4 days of Shadhinata Utsav. So through these, we are going for the people-to-people contact, and through that, we are going for the trade and commerce, and through that, we are going for the further strengthening of the already existing very strong friendly relations between the two countries. So basically, that's why we are, Didi, you asked about the way forward. I will say that is the way forward. Keep on engaging in all the areas, even the areas where we're not comfortable talking about. I mean, in diplomacy, there is no such thing about avoiding any issue. We have to engage on everything. with completely open mind, fully respecting others' views, and trying to find the way that will create the synergy, the win-win situation. I think that's the positive thing about the two prime ministers, our two prime ministers, that they're always open to get all the views and open to engage with each other. With their strong instructions and guidances, we, the diplomats and bureaucrats of the two countries, are working together all the time. I'm in constant touch with my counterparts here in West Bengal as well as in the center in Delhi to ensure that we have a very progressive, fast developing, sustainably developing, peaceful South Asia. I'll stop here, and I'm looking forward to hear from India, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think this kind of very valuable insiders view, listening to that is a very rare opportunity, especially for young generation. And what I found also very important, that you stressed that we have lost few decades, or and I think that loss has been recovered, or I would not say reconciled, recovered through very fast development over the last several years. But I think that various reasons, steps could not be taken, as I have the opportunity to be involved with policy makers and so on. I think that there is a continuity in India's policy. Their ups and downs are always there, but this kind of very matured state of affairs, as we see today, is an asset. And you have very rightfully stressed that, and has also highlighted the potentiality, pinpointing the areas and going into very, very important details. Now, and also I like that you also referred the political situation. And I think only two very, very matured nations can show this, as Bangladesh and India are showing. So thank you so much, sir, or my younger brother. Now I invite Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, whom I also know for several years and met. I think Imtiaz also was in the JIR, where I was also as one of the advisors, and we met also outside the country. So thank you for agreeing to our invitation, and please share your thoughts.
Thank you, Professor Shapna Bhattacharya.
Thank you. So just 15 minutes, I would say, because so that I can share some of my thoughts for 10 minutes, and our Shormishta will just focus three photos during my speech. You
okay.
Have
thank
that, yeah.
Thank you.
Shormishta?
Thank you, Chair. I
Please,
just passed my PowerPoint to Sharmishta. Sharmishta, are you going to share it, or because I tried it from here, somehow it doesn't work.
Yes, you cannot share from your laptop.
I tried. I don't know whether it does it work. It says share this screen. Does it?
Yes. Screen sharing offer is.
You're presenting your screen.
Yeah.
Says,
That is the share option.
Can you see anything?
Yes, you can see.
Can you see
now,
Bangladesh?
Now, yes. Bangladesh
can,
at the rate 50. Yes, I can see.
Okay, lovely. Okay, thank you, the Chair, Professor Shapna Bhattacharya. Good to see Your Excellency, our Deputy High Commissioner, Ms. Andalib Elias, very energetic diplomat. And of course, also thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk about Bangladesh at 50, responding to changing geopolitics. Now, what I will do, I'll start, giving a sense of geopolitics to begin with, and then come to the point as to what are the challenges and how Bangladesh is trying its best to respond to the changing geopolitics that we have. The first slide will tell you that humans create geopolitics. Geopolitics does not create humans. What it means is that the reason why you become geopolitically important is because humans have done something to that particular location to the point that people start looking at it differently. And to remember this point, I have my second slide, which the Turkish poet Nazim Hikmat, pointing out at is one of the very good line that I love reading Nazim Hikmat, but this is one particular line. He said, "Brother, just my pot, bees will come to eat from Timbuktu." So the reason why Asia or South Asia and even Bangladesh is becoming geopolitically important is because, there is some honey now, relatively speaking. Back in the 18th century, also we had honey. And that's precisely the reason why, the Europeans came all the way to get the honey and entered through Bengal. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the 18th century history. Keep, in your, at the back, it's important to remember 18th century, because back in 18th century, China was the largest economy in the world, and undivided India was the second largest economy in the world. And in that undivided India, Bengal was the richest province. So keep that in mind so that, we understand why, again, the current geopolitics, why is it changing so far? So it has to do with the honey in the pot, which is making the changes. Now, very quickly, let's look into Bangladesh's journey. And this is a journey of the Republic. It's a very old civilization. We have learned republicanism not from Europeans. That's the myth that I think has been created. We had a republic way back in the 6th century BC with the Lichavi Republic to be the earliest one. And of course, even the Ganoshango, you will get that term even in the Mahabharata, and that has always been part of Bengal history. So republicanism is not something that that is outside us. It is very within us. And even the Pal dynasty, remember the Pal dynasty was in Bengal for over 400 years. And the first Raja, Gopal, was an elected Raja. So, a kind of election was always there. And that led us to the point that in 1971, Bangladesh, almost, looking back into civilization, I think has reproduced a kind of a linkages that we had with earlier times. So this is the journey, and the journey was not so easy, but let's look into the civilizational confluences. Bengal and Bangladesh had Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, and also Western. So when we talk about the current Bangladesh, please keep in mind all the four elements are still there, and it's a complex combination. If we had a longer time, maybe I could explain, but just to flag that is part of a longer civilizational confluences, and that what is Bangladesh is all about. Now, the tragic history of Bengal is well known. As I pointed out, it was the richest province in the 18th century, but by 20th century, with the colonization, particularly with the British colonialism, it ended up with a famine in 1943, and I'm sure that history is well known. A lot of people have forgotten that giraffe went to China from Bengal. It was the Bengal princess who delivered the giraffe to China, because there was no giraffe in China, whereas Bengal was familiar with giraffe, given our relationship with Africa at that particular time. Now, we had a genocidal partition in 1947, over 1 million people killed, and I'm sure some of you are familiar. Bengal or Greater Bengal had a cartographical massacre in the hands of the British. And, one can go back and look into that cartographical massacre. But research now tells us that British were responsible in that cartographical massacre because they thought United Bengal was a power. And this is the line.
Disturbed হচ্ছে
শোনা যাচ্ছে? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. I heard somebody saying something. Right. So the point is Mr. H.S. Risley, the Secretary of State, writing to Lord Curzon at that particular time that Bengal United is a power, divide it, and it will go many ways. So there was a deliberate attempt to cartographically massacre Bengal, which has happened in even in earlier times. But 1947 was a big one. And also we had a genocidal partition in 1971 with 3 million people killed. So you can well imagine the kind of trauma that the current Bangladesh went through. And out of that, we have three exceptionalism that has to be flagged. The first exceptionalism is Bangladesh is the only people's republic in whole of South Asia. Altogether, there are 5 people's republic in the world. The oldest one is North Korea. Then we have China. The third is Algeria. Fourth is Bangladesh. And the last one that entered as People's Republic is Laos. These are only 5 People's Republic. And why it was called People's Republic? Bangabandhu never had a second thought about naming the country. He wrote in his own hand, it would be People's Republic of Bangladesh. And the reason is quite understandable if you look into the second exceptionalism, and that is Bangladesh is the only South Asian country which fought a liberation war, where you had the civil and the military, or the civil and the security, joining together. Myself, I was a class 9 student, but I left my parents, not telling them. I went to Agartala. I literally slept on the pavement on the first night. So as a class 9 student, as a school student, my memories, particular of 71 is huge, and I can go for hours talking about that. But the point that remains is that it wasn't South Asian exceptionalism. Other South Asian countries had some issues with some armed forces and all. If we can bring Subhash Bose and Indian National Army, but they never got into power. Whereas in the case of Bangladesh, the liberation war transformed into an independence on 16 December, where this combination of people joining is very important. And the third exceptionalism in South Asia is Bangladesh's foreign policy principle, which has already been flagged, is friendship to all, malice towards none. This was done way back before 1971. The first time it was flagged was in 1966, which we get in the police report against Bangabandhu. But officially, it was flagged in June 1970 in the Awami League election manifesto. So friendship to all and malice towards none is not a post-1971 principle. It was a key principle of the party in power. And then, of course, it was flagged in 1973. And keep in mind that in 1970, we had serious Cold War, but Bangabandhu never hesitated by saying that even in the height of this rigid Cold War, that Bangladesh's relationship with the world would be friendship to all, malice towards none. And that has serious significance, as we'll see with the change in geopolitics. Now, what happened in 50 years of independence? Look at the key numbers. I'm sure some of these have already been flagged. Key ones would be interesting. Foreign exchange reserve was nil in 1971, whereas it got up to 44 billion. It got down a little bit now with the pandemic, but of course, you also had development in the meantime. Look into some of the poverty rate from 82% to less than 20% now, from 6 children to 2 children. Look all the categories, and even on the per capita income, I'm sure some of you are familiar that Bangladesh has done relatively well. If you compare all these 50 years figures with Pakistan, I think it was quite justified that Bangladesh thought of separating from Pakistan to make a difference to the lives of the people. Now, development momentum in Bangladesh, if you look at GDP growth, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, pre-pandemic, it was really high up, as high as 8%. But even in the post-pandemic, it has done relatively well, which has, as I said, the honey is still getting bigger and bigger, and that has attracted a lot of countries to interact with Bangladesh. But it's not only in the GDP growth index. If you look at the Human Development Index, look into some of the indicators. If you look at the infant mortality rate, we have done even better than India and also, of course, Pakistan. But look at the life expectancy at birth, and this is a pretty old one. But even then, Bangladesh has gone up in the region, almost catching China when it comes to life expectancy. So it's not only in the GDP, but also in HDI, Bangladesh has done fairly well. Now, what are the geopolitical challenges? Very quickly, the world is moving from unipolar to bipolar to unipolar to something what I called Pax Multipolaritica. There is no way to change that. We had Pax Britannica, the first one at the world scale. Then, of course, we had the Bipolaritica with US and Soviet Union. And then after the dismantling of Soviet Union, we had Pax Americana. But now, with the relative decline of the United States and the re-rise of some of the countries, particularly re-rise of China, re-rise of India, not to mention some of the African countries, what we are seeing is a multipolar world, and there is no way to change that. And that is what I think is taking, that is what is creating the tension at the world level. One can see the geopolitical competitions to counter BRI, which is China's BRI. You need now IPA, Indo-Pacific Alliance, Quad. You also need build better partnership. So you can see containing one particular country, there has been enormous effort by the Western countries, and the competition is getting uglier each day. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the limits of cooperation. There were pitfalls of vaccine nationalism. I'm sure some of you are familiar. India, of course, is familiar with that, and we had a serious intra-Quad misgivings during the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in the first 2 years. And that has transformed a lot of things. And my take on that is that in order to reproduce the geopolitics of military-industrial complex, what the Western countries are doing is transforming from Quad to Triad, because both Japan and India are not interested in reproducing the military-industrial complex of the West. So the West also has come to know, and so they have moved to a Triad where you have UK, Australia, and US. Now, and that has created, the contemporary conflict that we have with the Russia-Ukraine war, and people would say the new Cold War, and a lot of people are trying to see, how do I balance myself, or how do I stay away? Again, India would be a very good example of staying away from the quarrels. Bangladesh too, like India, is trying its best to stay away from this new Cold War, quote unquote. Challenges for Bangladesh, and I will stop in 2 or 3 minutes by looking into some of the challenges. Well, the first challenge still is the COVID-19 pandemic. It has not gone out completely. The supply chain has got affected, so this is still a problem, and we have seen some of the prices that have gone up during the pandemic. They have yet to be they have yet to come down to a level where people would be happy. But even during this crisis, as they say, every crisis is an opportunity. Somehow Bangladesh has done better relatively, I would say, particularly with ready-made garments and also with the remittances, both which reproduce Bangladesh in a big way. Somehow the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of people were panicky. A lot of people thought that it's not going to, do well for Bangladesh, but somehow we have managed pretty well. US sanction against Russia, this is the critical one. We are not part of the conflict, as you know, just like India, but then the rise in the energy price will affect everyone, and it has affected Bangladesh as well. So it is a challenge that we have to meet, just like other countries as well. The plight of the stateless Rohingyas that has been flagged already. This is a critical one. We have a population which is bigger than Bhutan. Bhutan is less than 800,000. Here we have 1.1 million. And Bhutan was created in 60,000 years, but this Rohingya inside Bhutan inside Bangladesh was created in 3 months. So this is a big one, and we all hope that all countries will understand that, particularly India, which has very good relationship with Myanmar and Bangladesh. We hope that India would also think of having a tripartite dialogue, just as China tried its best, but it has not become productive. But I believe India can make a difference, given that we have super diplomats in Delhi who understands both the countries and can make a difference. Containing terrorism, like any other countries, this is also an issue. Bangladesh relatively is in a better position. We are not in the first 10, not even the first 20, not even the first 30. If you look at the 2020 ranking, we have even gone down in 2022. But at least 3 countries one can easily see: Afghanistan, Pakistan, India are in the first 10. And global terrorism is such that if it affects one country, it slides to other countries as well. And no one can be complacent when it comes to terrorism. So this is one issue that Bangladesh looks at very seriously and tries to contain it as quickly as possible. Corruption, money laundering, and the new diaspora is very important. I just want to flag this is also a global issue now, and I have flagged in several occasions that more corruption we have in Bangladesh or even in India or in South Asia, the developed countries, they benefit from it because the money ultimately goes to the developed countries and they keep quiet. They don't even ask questions why all this money are coming from, how, and they know it is illegal. And so the very fact that we have all this corruption is actually helping the developed countries. And this has to do with the new diaspora. And this is an issue that we can come back if there is ever a discussion. But I believe this is one challenge that Bangladesh has to meet. And I believe the challenge is also with India and some of the South Asian countries. Finally, the last one is, how do we contain all the challenges? I think Bangladesh, with the principle, friendship towards all, malice towards none. And that is, so far we have a development without enmity. Bangladesh literally does not have any enemies, literally, as I speak. Myanmar is trying its best to make us enemy, but time and again, we have pointed out, we still have relationship with Myanmar. We still buy rice from them. There is tourism with Bangladesh is visiting Myanmar. So we don't look at Myanmar as an enemy. So in this neighborhood, I think Bangladesh has made a difference because literally it does not have enemy, and there is no territorial claims. Our territorial whatever problem was there, that has been resolved. Our maritime boundaries have been resolved both with Bangladesh and Myanmar. So this is one unique case where you have development without enmity, and that I will say will remain as core in meeting all the challenges. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. You have spoken very well and 20 minutes, but it's okay. I'm just going to make 2-3 points, and then I will come to what I have thought to share. I mean, it is, of course, very fascinating, the entire spectrum. And I would like to just make one point, that you are quite right in telling that the entire world is with Bangladesh. Now, this is a very important factor, and we have to be very careful about that. And though we cannot, we have to live in this world where we need each other. Just think about the first Anglo-Burmese war. It was fought in the Arakan-Chittagong, though the tension was in the Manipur and Assam frontier. And regarding the Palashena period, of course, I am very happy because my PhD is on Bengal, 5th to 13th century. And actually, Barman Chandra dynasty was centered in the eastern part, and Palashena was in Bihar. But entire area was actually the Bengal. And I think that Professor Enamul Haq's enormous work, which I think I need not introduce here, his contribution. So that is very important that you have referred to that. And regarding Mukti Juddho, I think that I am very happy that you have shown these pictures. When I was only 22 years old in Shantiniketan, where I was born, I was born with ওইখানে মোর দাদির কবর ডালিম গাছের তলে, and Shahidullah, how he learned, because my father taught at Dhaka University in Jagannath College. So my life was different than the new generation. And Swedda used to come to our house, and my uncle, Professor Parbati Charan Bhattacharya, whose books are widely known in your country more, Bangla Bhasha, Parasya Sahitya Parikrama. He is the man, he inspired me, and my father inspired me because he came as a victim of the horrible riot in 1950. But I wanted to say that I made it a point that the new generation in India knows about people like Mrinmoyi Bosh, Dilip Chakraborty, Dr. Shantimoy Rai. So I used to take their books and so on. So this is very important. And another point, I think that the great tradition of the Indo-Persian literature, in which the both Bengalis, Abdul Karim Sahitya Bisharod, Dr. Shahidullah, and I have you must have read my book, The Rakhine State. There are three actually chapters on this part. I'm not going to the modern problem of northern. Of course, it's a very complicated issue. And all in all, I think your speech has been very inspiring for the new generation from our country. And with these words, I would like to ask, request. And I think that when I was listening to other papers and excellent chairpersons' deliberation from both the countries, I was thinking that these books by Nitish Sengupta and Niharanjan Rai's book in English, all these should be read by the new generation. And also literature. Another thing I wanted to say that people, young generation from our country don't know how many books are published in Bangladesh. I mean, in every book fair, I make it a point to go to Bangladesh pavilion. And this year also I went and I bought many books. And when I go to Dhaka, as you know, I have many friends in Dhaka. And my last visit was 2019. I buy books and I refer them. I think this is very important since I believe in the religion of knowledge. And for me, it is very important that we continue the dialogue and discourse and refer to each other. I am very disappointed or sorry, I could not say at this age. But somehow I feel that I see, when I see that my works are referred across the world from various countries, I get feedback and they want to know and this and that. But from my own country as well as from Bangladesh, I don't get feedback. And feedback means discourse, it is discourse, because whether you accept or not, and normally my writings are accepted because I only write about things which are known and proved. Now, I wanted to just add one point and ask Shormishta to project the three slides with the title.
Tawakkur, please show the slides. Yes, that is on the
First
screen.
Yeah, this I should say that in this village, even today, the Hindus, Muslims, it is on the highway in on Tangai, and this is seventh generation of our teachers' family, and we none of us stays there. But Doyamoyi Gan is being sung by the Hindus and Muslim on Tuesdays and Saturday. This is something fantastic. And my first visit was in 1980. So this is something on which I gave lot of attention, and I have written also. But the next one, please. And this is a photo, my last visit from, I just selected 3. I could have brought hundreds. Professor Enamul Haq actually got Ekushe Padok, and he himself was an institution. And I know him for last 50 years, more than that. And the way he received me in Dhaka when I was just a young student from Heidelberg, is amazing. And then he built up this International Center for the Study of Bengal Art. And I am happy that 2020 he got the Padma Shri. Of course, he got all sorts of honor from Bangladesh government. And he built up such a great thing. Over the last 25 years, every 2 years it was in Dhaka, and every 2 years it was in India, in any of the esteemed institution and universities like Khodabox Library, Patna University, and then Calcutta University, Asiatic Society. So I suggested the Kolkata Society for Asian Studies to build up something like this. And trustee member, and I think your country's cultural minister also came, state minister for culture. It is jointly with the Indian High Commission for over the last 25 years. I mean, no matter which government comes to Delhi, this goes on, and every year, 2 years, there is a volume. Many of you might know. And when I was listening to paper like Alpuna and so on, I was thinking that why couldn't we do this? Anyway, and I am happy that I have, the last one is, of course, my very old friend Atiur Rahman, whom I know also for many years. This is a sari I bought in Bangladesh. And every time I go to Bangladesh, over the last, let's say, 12 years, I went several times, all academic and 2 only family trip with my brothers and sisters. In fact, and they are now there, and they are getting enormous response from various institutions where my father and my uncle had connection. And my father also edited Bigyan Porichoy Potrika with Shotyen Bose. And our house in Dhaka had the office. So I am now in search of old issues of Bigyan Porichoy. So this sari I bought last time. And over the last, these trade people should have been here. Over the last 13 years, I have been wearing only Bangladeshi saris, because I find them so good, so fantastic, the color and also the length and so on. And to honor the presence of my old friend Atiur and my sister or colleague, Dr. Shormishta Basu, De Basu, I took this photo in front of Jadavpur University, where I am also known for many reasons. I get various lectures. So I think that this is something, and one very important information I wanted to share, that I am so impressed by the inter-deliberation. I am not going, I will just make 2 more points. One is that when we think of, in Heidelberg, my friends, most of my friends were from Bangladesh, and they used to say that Shopna, in your house, 2 Bengals come together. And ami boltam mila kam nai, tahle apni amake ar dawat korben na. So what I wanted to say is that we have the common history. So if you go through revolutionaries, what British historiography say terrorists, which led to INA movement. And there are so many materials in Myanmar, and Myanmar has good relation with Bangladesh as well as India. And this is a space which Imtiaz has rightly said. It is not only a space economically lucrative, it's a space which shows various beliefs can come together. Yeah, think of Arakan Rajsabhai Bangla Sahitya, think of the entire literature in Chittagong, think about Dr. Jyotindra Mohan Bhattacharya from Yadavpur, his collection is there. No one talks about that. So let us make a new beginning or restart. And another point is the enormous contribution of the Buddhist scholar, Buddhist of Bangladesh. I am associated with Bengal Buddhist Association and so on. And I find that what they are doing, publication wise, Shimul Borua and so many, they come to me when I go. I went to Chattogram once, and I refer to their works also. Well, they love me, but discourse is very important. This one, and the other thing is Pali Buddhist studies, that colonial rule also brought universities like Yangon, Calcutta, Vishwabharati, Akya, in one network. And I have written on that. It is there in my latest book. And Shormishta, one more point, maybe going beyond Ram Durga and all these things. I mean, this Ardhokali thing, lineage, as I have shown this is very interesting. It is in Nagendranath Bose, Bangali Jatiyo Itihash. Yeah. And it has been published by their publisher, republished. And there is a big Kali temple, one of the families who looked after our little Jamindari. He stayed back. Of course, he does not belong to our family, but he made a big Kali temple. And there are so many people going there. And, this transmission of knowledge is very important. And I think that we should really think about scholars whom we not so much. Ahmed Sharif, I had the opportunity to write with him in a volume. So I am quite old, of course, but I feel quite happy that things like this is happening today. So these are and now I want to announce, or in a very modest way, that very impressed by the deliberation and the entire Dr. Shormishta De Basu, Orpita, and Dr. Orpita De, and Chita was my student in my department. I am so impressed. And Shotobrata Babu also I know, we taught together in the Department of Anthropology. So I am so impressed that I would like to just announce in a modest way. I have given that also to Itihash Sangshad to give one scholarship to from students from Bangladesh only, teachers who come to West Bengal. So when I will not be there in this world, at least people would know that I love Bengal. So I would like to say that I want to give a prize every year if you just go on with this program of conference. A prize of few thousand rupees, whoever reads the best paper. And you will do the selection. I am not going to do the selection in memory of my father and my uncle. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
These are the things that we can make. I can share. And another thing is that Mofikul Haq, who was here, he invited me to this Genocide Museum International Conference. Imtiaz might be knowing. But I was then so difficult position with my legs. I could hardly go. And Muntasir was not so happy that I could not come. But all of you are always welcome to visit me in Calcutta. I am formally retired, but I am still active as member of various committees and so on, and try to share my time with just to do my duty as a traveler in the world of knowledge. And also, I think Nepal is the Himalayan country which had also a very strong Mahajan Vajrayan tradition. And Bangladesh has also good relation, as well as India has also good relation, because all four countries are very important countries. I leave aside Bhutan or Sri Lanka for the time being on, I think that books are published, but we have to make reviews, and students should go to Bangladesh. This is something which I also feel that in our country, why students don't go? Sometimes I tell them that I will give you money for your travel or whatever. So these are the things that we have to, our generation should inspire. And thank you and congratulate Shormishta in particular for the enormous work, and Orpita and also Ochita. You should be really congratulated and
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks
for
a lot.
this enormous program. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, sir. Thank you. High Commissioner has already left.
Yes,
or
no, he's online.
Okay. Thank you so much. See you sometime. And I was also invited. I shared a platform with General Jacob when the then government of India invited me in the 40 years of Mukti Yuddha. And I also contributed article. And my contribution in the volume will be there, though nowadays I don't write much, but I will definitely, you have invited me, I will definitely write on my memory and what I think about the future. Thank you so much for inviting me to, and keep well and remember me.
Thank you. And now, formally, I request Dr. Orpita Bosu, Treasurer of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies, to deliver her vote of thanks.
Yeah. All the deliberation were very, very good. Also chairpersons, and I could not individually because it is not possible. But I will give you a report kind of thing. Okay, Orpita, go on.
Good evening, everyone, to the one and all present here. Honorable guest of honor, His Excellency Deputy High Commissioner Andalip Elias, Bangladesh Deputy High Commission, Kolkata, Honorable Chairperson of the valedictory session, Dr. Shopna Bhattacharya, former Professor, Department of South and Southeast Asian Studies, University of Calcutta, and the valedictory speaker, Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, Department of International Relations, University of Dhaka, Director of Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka, and all the participants. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all dignitaries. As all good things come to an end in life, so is our two-day international webinar. On behalf of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies, I, Orpita Bosu, Treasurer of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies, take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this international webinar on a Fiesta of 50 years of Indo-Bangladesh relations, assessing the varied dynamics of opportunities and challenges. I'm thankful to Professor Shoaib Choudhury, Vice President, India-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for delivering the inaugural address. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Probir De, Professor at the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, New Delhi, and Head of ASEAN India Center at RIS, for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address. I am also thankful to Dr. Satyabroto Chakraborty, our President and the General Secretary of the Asiatic Society, for his guidance and support and also for accepting our invitation to welcome global dignitaries. Our special thanks to our special guest, Rijwan Rahman, the President of Dhaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We thank our respected chairperson of the valedictory session, Dr. Shopna Bhattacharya, former president, former professor, Department of South and Southeast Asian Studies, University of Calcutta, who have graced us with her presence and guidance. Madam, you have been a constant support and you have given us a lot of encouragement. Thank you, ma'am. We are fortunate enough for the presence of guest of honor, His Excellency Bangladesh Deputy High Commissioner in Kolkata, Andalip Elias. Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your words of wisdom. I sincerely thank to Professor Imtiaz Ahmed for managing his time to deliver the valedictory address. Sir, we are really thankful to you. At the outset, I would like to thank our 5 eminent chairpersons, Professor Meshba Kamal, Department of History, Dhaka University, Professor Anindo Jyoti Mojumdar, Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University, Professor Iman Kolden Lahiri, Head of the Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University, Professor Shomir Kumar Das, Department of Political Science, University of Calcutta, Dr. Sriradha Datta, Professor O.P. Zindal Global University, Zindal School of International Affairs, Sonipat Narela, and non-resident senior fellow, Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore, who have joined this webinar from different parts of the world. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and virtual presence. We are fortunate enough to have 5 eminent personalities within us from different parts of the world as key speakers, like Dr. Atiur Rahman, Honorary Professor, Department of Development Studies, Dhaka University and former Governor, Bangladesh Bank, Dr. Sriradha Datta, Professor, O.P. Zindal Global University, Zindal School of International Affairs, Sonipat Narela, and non-resident senior fellow of Institute of South Asian Studies, National University of Singapore, Dr. Anindo Botobal, Associate Professor and Head of Political Science Department of University of Calcutta, Mr. Mofidul Haq, Founder, Trustee, Liberation War Museum, Professor Gaurav Chatterjee, President of Association of Food Scientists and Technologists, India, Haldia Chapter, Head of the Department of Food Technology, Haldia Institute of Technology, Haldia, West Bengal. We are thankful to our 2 invited speakers, Shushoban Mukherjee, Chairman, Infosec Foundation, and Ritik Mukherjee, Senior Assistant Editor, Financial Chronicle, and guest speaker, Professor Moha Mukherjee from Department of Dance, Rabindra Bharati University, former Dean of Arts, Rabindra Bharati University, and coordinator, and moderator, Mr. Baloknath Bhattacharya, former Deputy General Manager, Finance, Damodar Valley Corporation, as well as member of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies. We are sure that the participants have benefited by attending this webinar. We convey our sincere thanks to all the distinguished guests from all over the globe. We are thankful to all 20 paper presenters from different colleges, universities, and institutions of Kolkata, as well as West Bengal, Sikkim, and Delhi for attending the webinar. We take this opportunity to extend our gratitude to our distinguished panel of speakers from all over India for gathering at this event. We are thankful to our 4 program coordinators, Dr. Deptushi Mishra Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Sarojini Naidu College for Women, and Assistant Secretary of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies, Dr. Piyashi Bharasa, Assistant Professor, Department of Museology, University of Calcutta, Dr. Shivli Mukherjee, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Sri Shikshayatan College, Dr. Shreyoshi Choudhury, Faculty, Department of History, Calcutta Girls College. An event like this would not have been possible overnight. It requires planning and team effort. We have been fortunate to be led by Dr. Shormishtha Debasu, Secretary of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies and convener of this webinar. She is the key person behind this webinar and a constant support to make this academic exercise successful. Now, I would like to thank those persons who were always in the backstage, but without their support, this program would not be successful at all. So, my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee members, Dr. Orchita Ghosh, life member of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies and coordinator of the webinar, and Mr. Soumitra Kumar Bose, member of Kolkata Society for Asian Studies and assistant coordinator of the webinar. A special thanks to Tomogno Roy from the State Aided College Teacher, Department of Computer Science of Sarojini Naidu College of Women for providing technical support to organize this event. Finally, our heartfelt thanks to the distinguished members of the audience for their presence. Thank you everyone for making this event successful with your contribution. Thanks again and good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night. Good night, everyone. Good night.